Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Charlie Knowles. I'm the president and the co-founder of the Wildlife Conservation Network, and I want to welcome you to our very first virtual Wildlife Conservation Expo. Now, originally, I was supposed to be on the stage at this exact time in Redwood City, California, in front of about 600 of your smiling faces, but obviously that didn't happen. So here we are. And there are actually going to be several thousand people who've registered from 74 countries around the world. So we're thrilled by this new opportunity to bring wildlife conservation to all of you who care so deeply about it. And I'm so thankful for you all for taking the time to join us today. Now, originally when we knew we couldn't do this, I thought we might do something simple, kind of a webinar, but the WCN staff, they had other ideas. They wanted to most closely replicate the expo as possible with having booths and breakout sessions and the like. And so they get a huge amount of credit for the hard work and the nimbleness they've done to pull this together. So I'm going to give them a one-person applause for their great efforts here. Now, unfortunately, I can't see you all, I can't hear you, but there will be an opportunity in the sessions for some of you to join the conservationists on stage. So you might want to think about brushing your hair and teeth during one of the breaks here in case you're up on stage with them all. We're using a lot of new technologies here. We won't get everything right. We have people connecting from all over the world to present, and there will be some problems. But please, we're going to send you a survey at the end and fill that out. Let us know how we can improve this format, because we want to continue this in the future, even after this horrible pandemic is over. And so we can bring conservation to more people. And we'll still continue with our in-person expos that take place in San Francisco and other places around the world. JG is going to come up in a few minutes and tell you about what to expect today and how to navigate around the site. But for now, I just want to take a minute and recognize the incredibly challenging times we're all going through. We're all suffering. And I've talked to several of you who've lost loved ones, some of you who've had the COVID-19 virus, and our hearts go out to all of you. And I want to give a special shout out to the first responders, the medical personnel, the people providing essential services that are keeping us safe through these incredibly challenging times. And I also want to give a shout out to the conservationists who are risking their lives and trying to hold things together during these times. I heard from John Lucas yesterday that in the Okapi Wildlife Reserve, one of the ranger stations was overrun and looted and burned. Fortunately, no one was hurt there, but tragically in Virunga National Park yesterday in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, 60 rebels ambushed a convoy and killed 16 people, including 12 rangers. And our hearts and prayers go out to their families of these young men and women who showed such incredible bravery and courage. And when WCN was founded, we were founded to provide support to these types of conservationists who are living and working with local communities to help wildlife and people coexist and thrive. And when we founded WCN in 2002, we founded it on three core principles, those being transparency, efficiency, and collaboration. In the transparency, we've heard from people that they want to know where their money's going and what the impact is going to be. So at WCN, we allow people to designate where their funds go, and 100% of those monies go directly to the field. And then they can hear directly from the conservationists about the impact that their gifts are having. In terms of efficiency, we think the money needs to end up on the ground. And so at WCN, over 90% of our funds go to support programs. And as I mentioned, donors can designate where their funds go such that 100% of those funds go directly to the ground. And we run WCN with a staff of an incredible group of 20 people and deploy about $24 million a year, which gives you an idea of how lean and mean we like to be. And then finally, in the area of collaboration, we know that no one organization can solve all these big problems alone. And it's only by working together that we can solve these issues. So WCN collaborates early and often with everyone. In fact, we supported over 200 different organizations last year through WCN. And in the collaboration, we don't look at the world through a lens of scarcity. We look at it through a lens of abundance. There's plenty of resources out there if we work together and we have can deliver results. So what is WCN? Ultimately, it's about the network, and all of you are part of that network because you care about wildlife conservation and you want to make a difference. The network includes the 17 core partners that we have that are on the front lines, many of whom you'll hear from today. It includes the 200 plus organizations that I mentioned that we support, includes the 120 plus scholars that we've funded from local communities to go back and get masters or PhDs. It includes local communities, scientists, filmmakers, photographers, artists, and it includes incredibly generous donors. WCN has been supported by over 50,000 donors that to date who have contributed over $150 million for wildlife conservation. And we couldn't do it without your generous support. And these are incredibly challenging times for wildlife conservation around the world. You've heard of so many nonprofits going out of business. I'll let you know WCN is doing fine. We still need your support, but we're going to be here. But some of these other organizations will need increasing support. So many conservation organizations rely on ecotourism for their support, and that business has completely ground to a halt. A lot of conservation work is supported by zoos, and without visitors, they don't have the funds to support it. So please consider supporting wildlife conservation. In our reception area, there's a donate button, and you can designate where 100% of your funds go. So please consider that. When we had the very first Wildlife Conservation Expo, it occurred about a mile from here. I'm sitting at my home in Los Altos Hills, California, and down at Foothill College in 2002, a group of 30 volunteers put on the very first expo. We had about 400 people come, and we really received our big break the next year when my hero, Jane Goodall, decided that she would come to the expo. And having her come was just transformational in terms of giving us the credibility and the people coming to the expo that we needed. And as WCN has grown, and I've mentioned we've now had 23 of these Wildlife Conservation Expo, Jane has attended 9 of them, never asking for anything in return, just wanting to help us. And so we're so deeply thankful and appreciative to Jane. And it's my great pleasure and honor to say that now appearing at her 10th expo, from her home in Southern England, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce and offer the stage to Dr. Jane Goodall.
Thank you, Charlie. And it feels very strange to be attending virtually this 10th WCN Expo and not actually be physically there. But I know that many, many people, and I think the most appropriate thing I can do, and that should enable you, if you were a chimpanzee, to know who was calling. You'd know that it was Jane, because they all have their different voices and can make contact that way. These expos are just, I look forward to them so much because I am so inspired. All the wonderful people out there working around the world, working to understand animals and their habitats, working with the local communities, working so that we can live in greater harmony with nature. All those wonderful people that I normally meet and hug and go around and look at all their projects. So this time it's different. But maybe in October, I'll get to see you all again. I hope so, at the expo in San Francisco. I hope all of you are keeping safe and well. It's a pretty grim time, this COVID-19 pandemic. But you know, the tragedy is it's been predicted for so long, and we've disregarded all the things the scientists have been telling us about how these pandemics start, these zoonotic diseases jumping from animals to people. And it's not the animals' fault, it's us. We've invaded their terrain. We hunt them, we eat them, we traffic them. We sell them in crowded, horrible conditions. We keep animals in intensive factory farms around the world. And it's because animals are being crowded together in their natural habitats, and viruses can spill over from one animal to another, and maybe that animal pushed into closer contact with people, either by the hunting or crop raiding because they're losing food in their own habitat. And this makes the conditions for the virus or other bacteria to spill over into humans. So we have to take heed from this. The hope is more and more people are beginning to understand. And I take a lot of hope and inspiration from all of you WCN Expo grantees out there helping to stop animal trafficking, trying to make this world a better and a safer place for future generations. So I know that many of you attending virtually care passionately, and we're so grateful for all the help that you give us in trying to do just that, make this a better world. So I'm sure this expo is going to be unique and wonderful, inspiring many people, and I wish you all the very best of luck. And thank you, dear Charlie, for starting this wonderful organization, one of the best, if not the best, in the world. So enjoy the conference, and goodbye from Dr. Jane.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. God bless you. We love you, and we hope that you stay safe and well, and that we see you in San Francisco in October. And thank you for not only what you've done in terms of making WCN the organization that it is, but more importantly, thank you for your leadership in the world, especially right now through these challenging times when there's such a void of leadership. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure and privilege to bring to the stage WCN's Executive Director, Dr. JG Collomb. JG is a formidable conservationist in his own right, having lived and worked in Gabon and Namibia, and leading WCN forward now. So, JG, it's over to you.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. It's a pleasure to be here, not just here in my house, which is nice, but just here engaging with all of you. I've really been looking forward to today for a while now. It's so exciting to have a new way of connecting with one another around our passion for wildlife. WCN exists to save wildlife, and to do so, well, we believe in investing in and supporting conservation entrepreneurs so that they can achieve their missions faster and better. So we find conservationists who deploy the most effective solutions to save wildlife, and we provide them with support to bring these solutions to life. So that's from organizational capacity building to individual scholarships, and when appropriate, we engage in large-scale conservation funds to reverse the decline of a species in crisis. So we're focused on making conservation more effective and more collaborative. In times of crisis like this, one really needs to lead with our values, and our values at WCN are beacons that help us navigate uncertainties and chart a path forward. So I want to share 4 of these values: our commitment to wildlife conservation, to people, to communities, and to innovation. So we're committed to our mission of wildlife conservation. We protect endangered animals by supporting conservationists who ensure wildlife and people coexist and thrive. Our resolve for this has never been more important. Just last week, we issued a $1 million grant to WildAid from the Pangolin Crisis Fund to support their campaign to end illegal wildlife trade in markets around the world. COVID-19 is clearly showing us the cracks of our relationship with nature. In addition to the tragic health aspects, the turmoil this is causing across our societies will increase pressure on natural resources and disrupt the responses of conservationists. So community-based conservationists in particular are on the front lines of facing the challenges and finding solutions for wildlife and people to live together in our globalized world. As you've just heard, people are really core to wildlife conservation. Everything starts and ends with choices people make here and abroad. So I want to thank you for joining us here today. More than ever, it inspires us and conservationists around the world, and literally around the world today. And to give the best of ourselves to our mission, we must take care of ourselves. It's really important in these times. So I hope that you're taking care of yourselves and your communities with compassion. Community is also core to WCN. We're all in this together. It's only together that we can address the challenges of wildlife conservation, whether we're in the middle of a pandemic or not. So connecting with one another is as important as it's ever been, even though right now we're all scattered around the world and interacting through a screen. We never doubted that we would hold an expo this spring because you've told us how important this gathering is for our sense of community, our sense of belonging. And so we innovate. A virtual platform for the Expo is a wonderful addition to how we can expand our community. Some of you are joining online for the first time, and you may not have been able to attend an Expo otherwise, so that's a really wonderful thing. And actually, I want to take a poll right now, and I want to use some of this technology because we want this day to be interactive. So let's get started. I'm curious how many Expos people have been to before. So on the right side of your video screen, click on the tab that says poll. And you'll see a question there that I would love for you to answer, and some of you already have. So the questions are, have you never been to an expo before? Have you been to just one? Have you attended 2 or 5 expos? Take a few seconds and clicking your answer. I'm going to take a look to see how these poll results that are coming in live are doing. So I see that we have far more people who have actually logged in than people who've been able to take this poll. And it's really, really great to see that we have a lot of first-timers coming to this expo, and that's wonderful. It's actually somewhat different than at a lot of our physical expos. We get a lot of people who come in and attend multiple expos. You can see probably as this poll will run during the day that we have a really deep community of people who have attended many expos for many years. And so I hope that you'll help us continue to expand this community by inviting your friends to join us in the future. Even though today is our first virtual expo, it is far from our first expo. As Charlie's mentioned, we've had over 23. Our teams worked really hard and really creatively over the past 5 weeks to develop an online experience designed to really carry the spirit of the expos. There are so many people working behind the scene, and they all deserve a huge shout out and thank you. So we really see this platform for people to unite in their passion for wildlife, to connect with one another, whether they've been involved in wildlife conservation for a lifetime or just joining us here today for the first time. The day is really for you. And so we hope it inspires you. We hope you make connections with old friends and new friends. And we hope you meet again or that you meet for a first time one day in the future. And for today, we invite you to connect with one another using the chat function, or you'll also be able to do so during some of the sessions. So let me give you a brief tour of the platform. You should have also received a video tutorial in your email, which was very detailed. If you're listening to me, you've got the basics figured out. On the left of your screen, you can access the 4 main areas of a virtual expo. The first is the reception, which is like the information booth for the day with a general description on how to use this platform, the schedule, and other useful links. Next is the main stage, which is where we are now, and this is where the main conservation speakers will present and take questions. We have a really exciting lineup. We'll talk about elephants, painted dogs, gravy zebras, spectacled bears, and we'll be joined later on by David Quammen and colleagues from Gorilla Doctors, Environmental Investigation Agency, and Wild Aid to discuss zoonotic diseases like COVID-19 and wildlife trade. In the stage view, we can't see you or we can't hear you, but you can chat with us. All the stage presentations, but not the question and answers, are going to be recorded and available for viewing later. The next area is the sessions, which will be held in between main stage presentations. So almost all WCN partners will be available in sessions. Again, the times are on the schedule. These are designed for deeper engagement opportunities between you and the conservationist, because if you request it, you can be seen and heard on screen, though only a few people at a time. There'll be a WCN moderator there to help guide you through, and you can hop in and out of these sessions without people on screen knowing that you're going in and out. So don't feel that you're being rude by just checking in for a few minutes and then checking out and then deciding which one you would want to attend. These are also recorded, so you could also watch them later. And finally, the expo. Well, on this platform, the expo is actually the equivalent to the conservationist tables that we otherwise have outside of the auditorium. So basically, they're virtual booths for each of our partners and our funds, available for you to stop by at any point during the day and check things out. There'll be short videos, and you can learn more about these organizations and support them. On the right side of your screen, there are 3 tabs: the chat, poll, and people tab. If you don't see it, you may have to click a little sideways triangle in the top right portion of your screen. And then you can chat with either everyone or select to chat just in the event or in the session that you're in. You can also decide to look up who's participating on the People tab and chat with somebody specific. Of course, I don't expect any issues with this group, but please remember to be respectful to everybody in the community while you communicate. The chat's monitored and we can remove disrespectful users. So what about breaks, you'll ask? We'll have a few. During them, you can explore the expo area. You can use the chat function to chat with other attendees. You can get up and do what you need to do on a break. I assume I don't need to tell you where your kitchen is or where your bathrooms are, but just please remember to come back because we've got a really wonderful program put together. So again, I want you to take advantage of today. This is really about hope. It's about inspiration, and you all give me that hope and that inspiration. The fact that there's over 1,000 people that are going to be logged in, and probably many, many more who are watching behind the screens. The conservationists that you're going to hear from today and who really speak on behalf of heroic people all over the planet, all of you give me hope. These conservationists are selfless. They understand how important working with others is. They achieve extraordinary things in the face of incredible odds. They lead with their values, and they inspire me. And I know several of you already feel that way about them, but I hope that all of you will feel that way about all of them by the end of today. So let's get our first conservationist up on stage and kick off the day. Introducing Frank Pope over the internet actually feels pretty natural to me because I interact with Frank by Zoom for over 4 hours every month, as we're both on the granting committee of the Elephant Crisis Fund. In fact, we just had a long call this past Wednesday. He's usually having dinner and possibly a glass of wine during those meetings, but today he's going to give you his undivided attention. So after studying zoology at the University of Edinburgh, Frank began his career as a marine science reporter, authoring several books on the science, environment, and geopolitics of the sea. And then one thing led to another, and Frank became the CEO of Save the Elephants, a nonprofit organization based in Kenya, dedicated to the protection of African elephants that was founded by Dr. Ian Douglas Hamilton. During Frank's presentation, feel free to use the chat function to send us questions, and we'll try to get to as many of those as we can. It is now my great pleasure and honor to welcome a dear friend and colleague, Frank Pope, and I believe he'll be joined by some special guests, so be sure to stick around. Take it over, Frank.
Hello, hi, great to be here. Thank you for joining us for this first ever virtual Wildlife Conservation Network Expo. Great that you could be here, and thank you so much for tuning into the Elephant Show. My name's Frank Pope. I'm the CEO of Save the Elephants, and I'm here joined virtually by Nancy Odweya, who's the head of our education program. Today, we're going to tell you a story about the future of Kenya's elephants. But first, I'd like to set the scene a little. Save the Elephants is a small research and conservation organization based in Kenya, where we do fundamental research into elephant behavior and then use the insights that we gain to guide our conservation efforts. So at one research camp here in the south of Kenya, we mainly investigate solutions for farmers who are living with elephants. But our story today is set in Samburu, where we have one of the world's longest running investigations into elephant society. Tough rangers like these have been critical for saving elephants and preventing their demise at the hands of poachers. But the long-term future of elephants is not in their hands. Big businessmen and politicians are going to play their part in determining the future of elephants, but they don't get to decide it either. No, the future of Kenya's elephants is going to be held in the hands of these guys, Yes, it's in the hands of the kids who live amongst them. Now, of course, you're saying children, of course, can inherit the earth and they're the next generation. The decisions will count. But the children I'm going to talk to you today about have got a much bigger role to play than most. Kids like these, Zaytuna, Stella, and Benjamin. These guys and girls are going to play an outsized role in determining the shape of elephants and their future in northern Kenya. So get ready for a story of ancient cultures, colliding worlds, enormous challenges, incredible perseverance, terrifying encounters, and hope. So we first came to northern Kenya to study elephant lives 25 years ago, partly because the elephants that live here are more trusting of humans than most. And a lot of this is down to the relationship that they have with the Samburu people. Now, the Samburu are pastoralists. They're nomads that live their lives following the rain and the grass, living off the blood and the milk of their herds. They don't eat wildlife, and they've got a really deep connection with the land and the animals that they share it with. When we asked the Samburu what we could do for them in return for all the help that they were giving us, they had little hesitation. Education, they said. Education for their kids is what they would like. They could see the changes on the horizon. They could see the roads snaking up from the south that were getting bigger and faster. They could see traditional villages that used to be nomadic suddenly calcifying into permanent towns. Cell phones came, and with them, social media. A full-scale collision of civilizations was underway. Faced with the steamroller of change, the Samburu knew that education was going to be the best way for them to make a future on their terms. Well, back in 1990, in a little hut like this, in an area of Samburu in northern Kenya called Oldonyero, a little boy called Benjamin was born. Now, he was one of 11 children. He was always a smart kid, and his father had big dreams for him as a herder. Because for cattle people, there is no greater honor than to be tasked with guiding and defending the herd. You are the protector of the family's wealth, and you need to have your wits about you. But before graduating to cows, you got to train with the goats. If you come home as a little boy herding and you're missing a goat, you're going to be whipped unsoundly. So Benjamin became a great tracker. But there were other tracks in the dirt alongside the hoof prints, and little Benjamin kept on getting distracted. There were so many other stories going on around him, and he just kept losing track of the goats. And by 1998, which was the year that Save the Elephants arrived in Samburu, Benjamin's father gave up and agreed to let him to start boarding at the nearest primary school. No more goats for him, just go and do your studies. But after Benjamin's first term, he came home proudly bearing an extraordinary report card, showing him to be number one in the class. But Benjamin's father, for whom his big numbers of livestock was his life as a herder, the bigger number, the better the number. And he was furious. Why, after all the fuss you've been making about going to school and the sacrifices I've made to send you here, why are you scoring only one? Benjamin couldn't make him understand, but he could make the school admissions boards understand, and pretty soon he got offered a place at one of Kenya's best secondary schools. Unfortunately, talent on its own is not enough, as we'll find out shortly. If life was tough for Benjamin as a Samburu boy, it's far tougher being a Samburu girl in a fiercely patriarchal society. Little girls are expected to help with the cooking, help with the cleaning, carry the water out, and do all the other chores around the camp, including making sure that the little boys are fed, clothed, and ready for school. Well, despite these challenges, girls like Habiba, Zaytuna, and Stella are changing their world. The Elephant Scholarship Program that we run takes smart kids like these who can't afford to go to secondary school. We fund their education, all their other needs, get them their uniforms, get them to school, put them through extracurricular learning programs in the holidays, all the time while providing internships and work experience opportunities to really get them on the ladder and build them up to be the leaders of the future. Habiba's scholarship gave her the confidence to compete with the boys in her culture and be a success in her own right. And she's becoming an increasingly powerful voice. Zaytuna joined our scholarship program at the same time as Benjamin. And by going to school in Nairobi, she avoided the child marriage that was definitely waiting for her back in the village. She's now working in finance, and I think she's going to be a high flyer. But she never forgets the elephants that got her to where she is today. Stella, meanwhile, was raised in the town of Wamba, to the northwest of our research camp. Bright and adaptable, she didn't really know what she should turn her skills towards until she did a spell working in a community clinic where she found her calling. And that's pretty lucky for Samburu, because now she's on the front line of their COVID response, making everyone in Samburu safer through her learning. So for elephants in the wild world, education is an important thing for many reasons. Primarily because it reduces birth rates. Female education is known to decrease birth rates, and that's critical for if we're going to lessen the pressure on the environment, as well as improving the prospects for each individual family, for the wider communities, and even for the country as a whole. Thanks to students like Stella, who now works as a nurse, as I was saying, improved access to healthcare is especially critical, and especially at times like this. The last thing is that these elephant scholarships create a linkage between elephants and opportunities, and therefore increase tolerance for elephants. And that's super important, because elephants are hard to live with, even if your people have got a long history of doing so. Some kids, like Zaytuna, Stella, and Habiba, have become scholars because they are smart and they're needy and they're lucky. Others have become scholars because they're unlucky. Because occasionally elephants do get angry. This is a photo of an angry matriarch in the Masai Mara tossing a buffalo who'd got in the way of her family. And the same can all too easily happen to a cow or a car or a person. A herder could bump into a bull in must when he's flooded with testosterone, just looking for trouble. Or he could unwittingly get between a female and her baby. And elephants in any of these situations can be extremely dangerous, especially if your only protection is a stick or a club. And when that happens, it's truly terrifying. Samuel was 9 years old when he was out herding goats in Samburu with his friend Lightus. He was in quite thick brush when he suddenly turned and there was no one. The elephant ran him down, picked him up, and threw him into the bushes, tearing open his abdomen as he did so with his tusks. And Samuel lay there in the bush, gravely wounded, stuffing his intestines back into his belly while packing the wound with sand to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, his friend, 9 years old, remember, 9 years old, ran for help and was bouncing from community place to village, trying to find someone who could help him before he ran into Elephant Watch Camp. Now, Elephant Watch Camp is an extraordinary organization, and I'll tell you about in a minute, but they immediately scrambled into action and rushed him off to an Italian mission hospital and saved his life. Here he is after the operation, and the The Italian doctor had plucked every single grain of sand from his belly before sewing him up. And after what was pretty much a marathon operation, they had quite a deep bond. And Dr. Pino still comes back every few years to pay a visit to Samuel. And Samuel works as a waiter at Elephant Watch Camp now. In fact, we offered both those boys, Samuel and Lytus, scholarships, but only Samuel wanted the life of a warrior. He didn't want to be a schoolboy, so he actually said, no, I'm going to go the traditional route. Lytus, meanwhile, took us up on the offer. He went to school, he did really well, and he's now an up-and-coming wildlife guide at Elephant Watch Camp. Now, all the guides at this camp have been trained by our researchers. They can recognize the hundreds of individual elephants that use the reserves. And as a result, guides like Serenoy here, who's another elephant scholar, are some of the finest in Africa. Top safari outfits and wildlife photographers from around the world, they say there's nowhere else that can offer an elephant experience like going out with these guys. So this is the power of education. It gives these people diverse skills for a culture to survive in this ruthless modern world. It's empowering ladies, it's employing people, and critically, it's creating ambassadors for elephants. Now, although it's critical to educate young girls, it's also really important that we bring the boys along too, because if we're going to change these patriarchal mindsets and create a lasting wave of adjustment to the modern world, we have to do both. Which brings us back to Benjamin. So we left Benjamin having won his place at a prestigious secondary school. His father reluctantly sold 2 cows to try and make the fees, but turns out this money wouldn't stretch far enough. They had to find a cheaper high school. And then 2 weeks before Benjamin's end of term exams, disaster struck. His father was killed in one of the tribal clashes that plagued the North. At that point, Save the Elephants, in partnership with Elephant Watch Camp, got wind of his situation, and soon afterwards, Benjamin was awarded an elephant scholarship and finally got admission to his dream high school. He went on to win a first-class degree in geospatial engineering, and he was in pretty high demand after graduation. We had to fight to employ him because all the renewable energy companies, the ministries, all of them wanted him. But what he wanted more than anything else was to work with elephants. And that's just what he's doing. So now he works full-time as an elephant movement analyst, working on our tracking program, analyzing where elephants go and why, and trying to figure out ways to protect these movements. Because these movements need protecting. These ancient routes used by elephants are under threat. So we're now going to zoom into Old Nero. Here's Benjamin's home area, and as you can see, an escarpment divides the semi-arid plains up in the lands of the north, which stretches all the way up to South Sudan and southern Ethiopia, from the wetter highlands of central Kenya, which are over to the left. It's about a 3,000-foot difference. It's a journey that can end up taking them over 100 miles. Now, this natural pass in the environment, which elephants have long used when forced to move from the plains to seek water, you can see here from the black spaghetti here that this is what elephants were used to doing from the start of our tracking program in 1999 to 2012. Unfortunately, people also value this pass, and you can see the human settlements in Old Nero town begin to spread, and elephants are forced to divert, as you can see here in the red, from their movements between 2012 and today. And still, the town grows, threatening to block their route. Benjamin and David have been meeting with the Old Nero community to present and discuss this data, and have got agreement that the town will set aside land for a corridor, this blue area here, to allow the elephants to pass in perpetuity. This is a long process, but there is hope, and we are making progress. Benjamin is still working on analyzing these movements, but for the moment, from a distance, because he didn't stop with his first degree. Thanks to friends like all of you, he's now doing a Masters of Science degree in the UK. He sent us this message.
Jambo, this is Benjamin Loloju, a geospatial analyst from Save the Elephant Samburu. I want to send you a lot of love and a huge thank you for coming here today and for always being there for us every step of the way for the elephants we adore most and other wildlife. I am speaking with you from my small room at Cranfield University, United Kingdom. Here, we are under total lockdown because of coronavirus. These are tough times for everyone, but we hope for a better future and we will continue pressing on. I am here studying my MSc in Geographical Information Management, a technology-driven course whereby it will enable us at Save the Elephants to make powerful decisions regarding elephant security, their movement, their ranges, and corridor protection. As a small boy, I grew up in a Samburu village called Oldonyiro. Every morning, I was fascinated by elephant footprints. Little did I know, this is a major elephant corridor that joins Samburu and Laikipia. Today, I am being inspired and driven by the same movement of elephants through science and technology along this corridor. An example is my favorite elephant called Zawadi. Every year, she moves from Samburu to Laikipia, but I am totally surprised this time round. She has made an extraordinary journey that I couldn't believe myself. In just 10 days, she has walked miles with her family, all the way from Samburu to Laikipia and back. What is driving her movement? What might be the cause? They never cease to surprise me. And for me, this has been an inspiration. For me, I realized my education dream through Save the Elephant Scholarship Program. And today, I can't even explain how proud am I to be involved and to be working with elephants in Samburu. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Well, we're collecting the data we need to define what elephants need. But this data will only take us so far. Elephants will only have a future if they have the sympathy of Kenyans, and in particular, those Kenyans who live in elephant rangeland. Our elephant scholars like Benjamin, like Zaituna, Habiba, and Stella, are on the front line of this diplomatic effort, bringing our two species towards a future of harmonious coexistence. At this point, more than 200 scholars have benefited from the program, pursuing careers ranging from wildlife conservation, medicine, teaching, all of them transforming their families and their communities. So just want to say a big thank you again for joining us here, for listening to how education can transform the lives and the future of elephants. Can't wait to hear all your questions. Here with Nancy. We're waiting keenly to hear about what you want to hear about.
Well, thank you, Frank and Nancy, for this great insight in the important work you all do and for taking the time to be with us here today. I think I'm still waiting for you to join me on stage. So we will start to get to that. I'm not seeing both of you on stage at the moment. There you are, Frank and Nancy. Thank you so much. Technology does actually work, so that's great. I think we're gonna only be able to get through to some of the questions and not all of the questions. I do still want to take a bit of time for a short break. We had intended on a 10 minutes break, but we won't get all that time. I'll get started right away. First question, I think, is there a fear that elephants are at a greater risk of poaching because there are fewer people in the bush right now?
Right. Frank, do you want me to get that?
Yes, well, actually, I would like to get that, but I know we're running late, so I'm not going to hold off on this for any longer because I've managed to drag someone else in to help answer these questions. Ian, pull up a chair. Here he is, everybody.
Great to see you, Ian. Wonderful.
Ian, why don't you say hello and then round off by telling us what you think about the answer to that question, whether elephants are endangered from people not being in the park.
Well, it was wonderful to be with you and to see that we're all overcoming this COVID crisis, which is so much on everybody's minds. Actually gives us time to reflect. And I will try to answer that question. I don't think that there is a huge risk in this part of Africa of the poaching increasing, because actually we're continuing with the community wildlife work and with the patrolling up in northern Kenya. In other parts of Africa, it may be different, and the worst crises are really in Central Africa in the forest, where still nothing is under control. Otherwise, in East Africa, things are much better than they were 10 years ago, and that's very much due to the support that we've had from WCN and other donors to actually address the real problems of stopping the killing of elephants, stopping the commerce, and trying to lower the demand. So over to you again, Frank.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to try to move things along. We have another question that came in about the locusts, and so I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about what's happening with the locust situation right now in Kenya, and whether they're a problem for elephants and wildlife, especially in Samburu. But I'm sure people would love to also hear about this for the broader region.
I think the locust situation is, the whole thing is really quite biblical in northern Kenya at the moment. We've had these huge locust invasions; they keep getting worse, and then we've had floods, and we've got now we've got the plague to deal with. And how are the elephants dealing with it? So far, unperturbed, but the crunch is coming, because these locusts are consuming the biomass that would otherwise the pastoralists that live in the north. And it's going to bring the conflict between those pastoralists and elephants over these resources into sharp focus. Yes, we've not seen, other than mild irritation at the thick swarms of locusts, we've not seen more of a response yet. But I'm pretty sure it's coming, and we're going to be looking at it in detail.
Great, thank you. I also have a question for Nancy. Nancy, what's the most important educational message for communities outside of Kenya and outside of elephant territory?
I think it will just be to bring more attention to the work that our conservation partners are doing around the world, including Save the Elephants, and of course our partners at WCN. I think besides providing communities with awareness on conservation, it's also very important that our international supporters help us spread the message, and to also create more awareness, and to create a growing family for conservation supporters at this time. Great,
thank you.
Yeah.
Another question we got is about knowledge sharing and collaboration. So what kind of knowledge sharing with other charities and organizations are you doing? Because people commented that your model really seems highly successful.
Well, I think, Nancy, let's have you answer that from the perspective of education, because education is so often seen as a critical part of conservation now. Tell us about the collaborative side of that, Nancy.
Yeah, I think what we are doing right now, and it's something that we've picked up with our conservation partners, we are trying to stop duplicating efforts. So what we are trying to do right now is to leverage on partnerships. If you have an activity that you're not very well grounded in, and you have a partner that has established a similar program and is steady and very successful in the execution, instead of having to reinvent the wheel, we are trying to leverage on partnerships and encouraging a lot of collaboration and knowledge sharing.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
You wanted to chip in on that if we've got a second.
I just want to chip in to say that we've had the most amazing sharing of our great speciality, which is tracking elephants. We've shared it right across Africa with many NGOs, and right now here in Kenya, we put all our elephants onto the Earth Ranger screens that are used by the Kenya Wildlife Service. This is an extraordinary program that we developed with Vulcan that can allow the tracking of elephants, tracking of rangers, identify everything in real time on a computer screen. So this has been a huge exercise in sharing what we know and what we can do.
Great. I think I'll just send you one last question, and then we'll take a short break. But what are the environmental benefits that elephants provide to the web of life in Kenya and beyond? I think it'd be great to hear from you on that, as I think it's going to set us on a good, hopeful tone.
Well, I'll before answering the question, I want to give a plug for a wonderful movie that expounds on this most beautifully. It's a new release called The Elephant Queen, and it's out on Apple TV Plus. We're about to take it on the road in Kenya because we think it's so powerful. It's been translated into local languages here, and we're going to take it on the road because we think everyone should know about the benefits that elephants bring to ecosystem. Really, they are so fundamental in what they do. Elephants, they are. We think of them as landscape gardeners. They pick up seeds they eat food, browse and seeds and grasses at one side of their range, and then they transport them all the way to the other side of the range, dropping seeds in perfect little balls of fertilizer that land on the ground and spread these grasses. They also shape ecosystems in bigger ways. They clear tight bush, and Ian over his time tells extraordinary stories of the pulsing of vegetation with the absence of elephants and with the presence of elephants. And they're architects as well as being gardeners. They really can form ecosystems in a very great way. The Masai Mara, one of Africa's most iconic landscapes, would look nothing like it does today without the presence of elephants to keep that clear. And those short grass plains that are formed with the help of elephants are home to this enormous biodiversity of large mammals. In fact, the largest biodiversity of large mammals left on the planet. And a lot of that's due to elephants.
They dig for water.
And yeah, they dig for water. In the dry season, allow other animals to come in and drink.
And they make corridors.
They make corridors, and they break down bits of trees and branches in forests. And some research that came out last year suggests that forests with elephants in them absorb 7% more carbon dioxide than elephants without. Which goes to show just how active they are in these forests.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thanks, Frank. I can't help but laugh because even though you know this stuff inside out, I couldn't imagine giving this answer standing next to Ian, who is one of the utmost expert on all this. So congratulations on weathering that one. I want to thank Nancy. I want to thank Frank and Ian for joining us here today, taking the time, staying up late. You can continue to learn more about Save the Elephants on their website. The link is going to be shared or has already been shared in the chat. I can't keep track of all the things that are happening. But I encourage all of you to continue the dialogue with them. They always welcome your emails. You can reach out to them on Facebook. And as soon as travel reopens, you know that Ian would be telling you to come and visit them in Kenya. So for now, we're going to take a very short break. Just like a physical expo, we're running a little bit late often on our first session. So we'll be back on the hour in about 5 minutes for a presentation on the main stage and a discussion with David Kuvawoga of Painted Dog Conservation. So you can stand up from your computer, stretch a little bit, but please come back in 5 minutes and we'll be back on the main stage with David. Thank you, Save the Elephants, for all the work you do, and we will see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, welcome back to the main stage of WCN's first Virtual Expo. This was a pretty short break, but I hope you enjoyed that first presentation and opportunity to interact with the team at Save the Elephants. I hope you're finding this platform engaging. And in between talks, we'll have a bit more time in the future, but I encourage you to explore the platform and make connections with people. I see a lot of activity on the chat. That's great. If there's a little dot in your people segment, it means that somebody's sent you a personal chat there, so you can engage with one-on-one conversation as well. I'm glad you're tuning in for our next speaker. Remember that you can submit questions in the chat box during the presentation, and then we'll relay those questions to the conservationists during the Q&A portions. It's now my pleasure to introduce an amazing man who's joining us from Zimbabwe, where he grew up next to Hwange National Park. His father worked there, and like many of us, he moved away from home at first and worked in various businesses around the country, but ultimately he was drawn back to the part of the country where he grew up to become the operations manager for Painted Dog Conservation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the protection of painted dogs and to help their populations thrive again. So with only 7,000 individual dogs left in the wild, their mission is critical to ensuring a future for painted dogs. They work hand in hand with local villages and communities and conservation efforts to achieve really long-term results. And I've had the privilege of visiting them in the field. And I can tell you firsthand about their amazing work, but you really want to hear about this from David himself. So please welcome a friend and colleague, David Kuvawoga.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Charlie. Indeed, my name is David Kuvawoga. I'm the operations manager for Painted Dog Conservation based out in Hwange, Zimbabwe. Painted Dog Conservation's vision is to create a conducive environment where painted dogs can thrive. With this in mind, we're based out in Hwange National Park, close to a major stronghold for painted dogs. We also work in the Mid-Zambezi Valley. We're based out at Manapus. Hwange National Park is close to my heart. This is where I spent the early days of my life with my father when he worked for national parks. My father is just since retired after 42 years. We would see all kinds of wildlife around the Hwange National Park. And at some point, we were catching pythons, as you can see there. This python, to be specific, had caught 2 chickens that you can see there. And my father, being my father, is like, you know, we have to take care of this python, we have to catch it, and we have to bag it and take it to a safer place. So I was introduced early on to game capture and human-wildlife conflict as I know it now. So my tentative years in Hwange, my early years in Hwange were really special to me. Now coming to the animal that I love, the painted dog. The painted dog is quite unique. It is a matriarchal system, highly social, led by an alpha female. And these alpha females, they detect where the dogs will hunt, where they will den, where they will rest, as they really command the pack through difficult areas within the protected areas and sometimes out of the protected areas. They have a beautiful coat that you can see there, some gold, black, and white. When they are born, they are black and with white tails, and they get this wonderful coating as they grow older. They also have these oval-shaped ears which help them with the hearing. They are probably better at hearing than they are with their sense of smell. And again, they are able to detect danger from other predators, could be lions or hyenas, which are big nemesis for painted dogs. They like playing around with their pups. They create these social bonds which help them later in life really to protect themselves, to go on their hunts. They understand each other, they take care of each other. And indeed, they're really special at that. They are designed for these long runs, 52, 56 kilometers per hour, for 5 kilometers at least on the hunt. They have long legs, they have these ears that can help them to hear. They can also help them to cool down. Really beautiful. And when they make that kill, it's the pups that feed first. The pups go onto the queue and they feed. They're given an opportunity, and the adults come later. They take care of the sick. When one of the pack members is sick, they bring them food. They regurgitate food to eat. They lick their wounds to make sure that they are well, and they come back and help the pack. Because you have to know that painted dogs, the pack is everything. So it is important that they make sure they treat the other pack members so that they are fit to join the pack. It is critical, I'm sure, even for us during this time, to make sure that we take care of one another. They are not wanton killers, as some might have that view. Once they've hunted and they've taken what they need, they will lie there, and the impala and the kudu and the waterbuck will just go around the plains very safe from the painted dogs. But a hungry painted dog is not a friend of an impala, but they only take what they need. They're not like our domestic dogs. Even if they met, they will not be able to have puppies. But they have some similarities in the sense that some of their mannerisms, like playing around and scratching, you would really think they are like your domestic dog, but painted dogs are not. They're also not like hyenas. As you can see on the left, that's a painted dog. On your right, that's your hyena right there. And just from here, I can see the painted dog. It's much more beautiful than the hyena. But painted dogs are much lighter compared to hyenas. They're not actually even friends. When painted dogs meet hyenas, the solitary hyena, they would go after it, as in this picture. And the same with the hyenas. If they see solitary dog or puppies that are not attended to, they'll kill them. It's just the natural way that predators eliminate competition. So this is the painted dogs that I love, and that I hope after this, everybody else will love them as well. So in Africa, at the turn of the century, there were 500,000 painted dogs roaming around Africa. And currently we have under 7,000 dogs, which is quite amazing how we have lost so many painted dogs. This is because, for one, there was a law that was enacted in Zimbabwe in 1916 that if you come with a tail of a painted dog, meaning you've killed a painted dog, you'll be paid at least £5. And we lost a lot of painted dogs in Zimbabwe at that time. In 1975 alone, 3,404 dogs were killed. And that's what has led to these populations declining. And many other countries had other means of getting rid of what they called vermin, which were painted dogs. They were regarded as pests. So painted dogs is coming with research, all kinds of research to make sure that we understand this animal. And with this research, we make sure that we go out there and we track and we monitor the dogs that are in these protected areas, that we know them better. How do we know them better? We put these collars on the dogs. We have VHF collars, we have GPS collars that helps us to really monitor and track the dogs. We also take blood samples each time a painted dog is sedated with a professional and it's on the ground. We take blood samples, we take tissue samples so that we understand the species itself. The tracking and monitoring helps us to understand the behavior of the animal, where it dens, how it interacts with other predators. And we come up with these kind of maps that can really show us the home ranges and how these packs are interacting with each other. Where do the territories overlap and how do they interact with each other? You can also see how they move out of these protected areas. And this also helps us to deploy our anti-poaching units strategically. We also have to collect scat. This is quite important so that we can see how pendant dogs are doing health-wise. We can also see what they're preying on, so that we're in a position to advocate for protection of the prey base for pendant dogs. We also do capacity building. We have several students from universities that have come through us, they learn from us, and we also work with their universities so that we can advance the research that we do. We can advance the understanding that we have of the species that we want to protect. We also go into these communities so that we can employ social science, which helps us to understand the thinking of the communities, how they perceive this wildlife, how they perceive the pendant dogs. In that way, we'll be able to be in a position to protect them, or at least to employ strategies that speak to the populations that are around Hwange National Park. For example, there was a myth that pendant dogs spread rabies to communities, to the domestic dogs, but it's vice versa. So by interacting with the people, we now have vaccination programs to protect their domestic, to vaccinate their domestic dogs so that they don't give rabies to the pendant dog populations that are inside the park. So rabies is amongst some of the threats that we have realized through our research that are a big threat to pendant dogs. But also snares are a big threat to pendant dogs. We have deployed anti-poaching units. We currently have a 16-strong team that goes out there and removes all the snares that they can find. It is critical that we have boots on the ground so that we can deal with this threat right away. We are supported by 2 canine dogs, which really enhance our capabilities on the ground. When we find injured dogs in the bush, we determine the severity of the injury at that point. The dog is sedated by a professional, and we remove the snare. We can put some wound powder and put some long-acting antibiotic on it, and we let it go back to the pack. But if it's injured badly, we have to take it to a rehab facility. This is a world-class rehab facility, which has housed over 80 dogs since inception in 2002. It is through these interventions that we are able to create new packs. We're able to treat the sick and the injured dogs. It was through this rehab facility that we had a dog that came to our facility, Vusile. She was malnourished. We opened the gates, she went in, and we fed her. And together with other dogs that were in the rehab, we released her back into the wild. And after following her, after release, we found her with a litter. And it is now from that litter that we can track 137 dogs from just that one intervention. We believe that every dog counts, and then every intervention that we do is critical to making sure that we help the pendant dogs from extinction. Loss of quality habitat is yet another threat to pendant dogs. The more there's pressure inside the park from other predators and there's an increase of human habitation outside of the park, pendant dogs are found being pushed into these marginal areas, which are often these community areas where it's a hotspot for poaching. Mpindo Park, which many of you know, found itself in one of these areas. And we had to go there, do a lot of awareness before we removed the pups and took them to Manapos. But awareness is critical to sensitize people, to make sure that people are aware of the consequences of living next to wildlife, and also how they want to really relate to the wildlife that is next to them. And we must say we have really a community around Hwange National Park that has slowly over the years become accustomed and has more often than not really called the necessary authorities to come and remove these animals from their communities without harming them. We have drilled boreholes to make sure that people have those needs that they quest for. People have come to us through our community meetings. They want water. We're in Region 5 in Zimbabwe. It's It's a dry area. There's no water, and we provide the water. We also provide nutritional guidance for the kids at the school so that they stay at school, they are fed at school, and they keep on with their education, which is critical for communities to develop so that there is no thoughts of going out and poach. We also have to bring people together at some point. So every second Saturday, we run what is called the dog run, stay fit, and make sure people socialize, get to know each other. And at the same time, we have a soccer league that we have sponsored for some time now. All the young people are into teams, about 20 of them, and they have their own league. And it helps them during weekends to really socialize and do something that is more productive than going out and being in trouble with the law, with the poaching. We have a community that stood up and said, we don't want to see all these snares around our forests, around our villages, because it's not only killing the wildlife, but it's at the same time killing our goats, it's killing our cattle, and we have to do something about it. And they came and started their volunteer program, and our support to them is some kind of uniform, and we have employed someone who helps them with the management of the team so that they can do the work themselves. It is these community members that are the front line, making sure that poachers don't go into the protected areas and wildlife is protected. And we have such a man. Jealous Mpofu is from Lupote, which is a community just next to Wange National Park. He's an icon in pendant dog conservation and around the world. He has won many awards. And he's going through this clip that I'm going to play. You're going to see the impact of how people that are from these communities have on protecting the natural resources and how we can uplift these people.
We employ a lot of local people like Jealous, who have come from very humble backgrounds, and we've trained them up to become real experts, real specialists in their field.
I'm the head tracker of painted dog conservation. It's a moving signal. Dogs.
Jealous has won 2 conservation awards, one from Disney, one from the Van Tienhoven Foundation. He's a role model not only to the children that come to the bush camp, but our own staff and to the community.
Maybe they're coming this way.
He's an expert in his field when it comes to tracking dogs.
This time of the year, the dogs, they got pups, so we need to see what kind of movement are they doing. I love my painted dogs.
And his status in the community has really risen. I mean, he's quite an ambassador for PDC. Hi, Jealous.
Good morning, Peter. How are you?
All right, thanks. How was the...
this morning we just went looking for my puppy.
And his life has changed immeasurably because of painted dog. I will see you later then, yeah?
Okay, thank you very much.
Brilliant. So that's Jealous for you. We, as painted dog conservation, we want to make sure that we have communities that are responding to the challenges of conservation. Like Jealous, who raised his hand and chose to be part of the solution. So we also have the Children's Bush Camp, which is part of us, our plan to make a lot of more Jealouses in the future. So the future is education, and the future is children. Painted dog conservation is an environmental education program that seeks to educate the kids about the environment. The children come to our Children's Bush Camp for 4 days, and they are taught environmental issues. They're taught about trees. They're taught about animals, painted dogs. And this really helps them to understand what the environment and the ecosystem is like. They also get to view wildlife films that really takes them out of their small shell and really opens up their horizons for them to see more things that they would not have seen at their schools. We take the kids on game drives so that they have a different perspective to wildlife. You realize that most of these kids would have made acquaintance with wildlife when the cattle are being eaten by the lions, or their crops are being raided by elephants. And it's not a good memory that they have most of the time. But when we bring them into the park, they get to see wildlife in the open areas, in the plains, and not harming anybody. This is really true to Tuvelishe, a girl that I met when I joined the bush camp. Tuvelishe, when she came to the bush camp, she was quiet. She was in her own shell. She was not as vocal as other kids, like Kodesa on the right. Tuvelishe on the left remained quiet until she was engaged. She was given an opportunity with the lecturers to really participate in all the activities. And slowly she started to come out of her shell. She was really excited at the end of the day. And when I walked past, I saw this big smile. And I said, yes, the bush camp is about teaching the kids, giving kids an opportunity, giving hope to kids that sometimes they don't have that opportunity, making sure that kids are excited about education. The Children's Bush Camp has, since 2004, helped the kids in the local area to really get to that level. It is like me in the beginning with my father. I had to have someone that holds my hand and shows me the good things about wildlife, to love them. Because we always say, if you don't know something, you will not care about it. So the bush camp is there to make sure that our kids love wildlife and they can protect it in the future. And kids get to be kids. They play. They sometimes up to naughty stuff in their when they are around. We know kids will be kids, but really this is a big opportunity for them. And I would like all those that support us and those that want to support us to continue with this Children's Bush Camp. I really appreciate all those that have supported us thus far, because all the support that you've given us has resulted in something tangible. As I alluded to earlier, painted dogs were regarded as vermin. They were shot at sight. But now Zimbabwe has protected the painted dogs. They are now specially protected by law. If you are found in possession with the dogs, you will be jailed for up to 9 years. We're excited. It is really a dawn of a new era as far as painted dog conservation. We hope other range states for painted dogs will follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a difficult time for all of us. And I truly hope, like painted dogs, we'll be able to look after each other. We'll be able to support each other. And from us here at Painted Dog Conservation in Zimbabwe, we would like to wish you all the best, to take care, and until we meet, I thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, David, for this great insight in the important work that you all do and for taking the time to be with us today. You're going to be joining me on stage, I think, in a few seconds. During the presentation, we received a lot of questions from the audience. We're not going to have time to get through them all, but we'll try to get through as many of them as possible. So, David, it's great to see you, and
good to be here.
Wonderful. So let's start with the first question. Can you talk maybe a little bit about how climate change is affecting the range and the survivability of a species like the African painted dog?
Thanks, GJ. I think climate change affects painted dogs more from the effects it has on communities, on people themselves. We know most of the threats to painted dogs are anthropogenic. They are really driven by people. And the droughts that we are getting more often are really a problem because people don't have food. And then at the end, that pushes up the poaching that happens. And as alluded to in the presentation, that becomes a challenge to the whole push to have the painted dogs numbers going up. And of course, if you look at it at the ecology level, you find that when you have droughts, you start having a lot of prey that dies within the ecosystem. Like here in Wange, we had elephants dying. We had weak, it could be the prey base of painted dogs, impala, etc. So there is a lot of food for mainly other predators like lions and hyenas, and their numbers go up. And in turn, a lot of hyenas and a lot of lions are really not, like I said in the presentation, it's not a good thing for painted dogs. So they find themselves being pushed out by the increase of these predators into these peripheries of the park where there's not much protection, and they find themselves into snares. So that's the kind of the way climate might affect painted dogs.
Great, thank you, David. Helen was also asking if well, she was commenting that painted dogs are often seen as a pest and that can be hard to contain. So how do you inspire young generations to protect that species if they see them outside of the conservation areas?
Brilliant. So this speaks to our children's bush camp. If we're talking about the young generation, we have a wonderful program, our children's bush camp. We bring in grade 6 kids and they come, we teach them, and they go back. We have a brilliant story of a girl that left the children's bush camp and they found a kudu as they were coming from drawing water. And she ran home and told her uncles, who picked up axes and wanted to go and finish off what would be meat ready for the pot. But she stood between the kudu and the uncles and said, no, this is not how it should be. I was asking you actually to make sure you release it, and it goes. Many of you have heard the story about Belinda. So we inspire the young generation in that way. The way we have also, I think some would realize that the painted dog has many names. I think we've tried to give it another name because the initial wild dog name really perpetuated this myths that surrounded the name itself. So the beginning was really to almost try to use painted dogs so that it's identified that way, and we go with that name into the communities, the young, and also the old, the community leaders, so that we have everybody understanding what conservation is all about.
Great, wonderful. I think I'll probably only have time for one last question. Emanuela Grigorescu is asking, if a dog's injured because of natural causes, do you also take that animal in the rehab center?
So our belief is that every dog counts. And painted dogs are where they are now because of us humans. You saw that at the turn of the century, we had 500,000. Now there are 7,000 left, and it's because of us. We had a negative impact on them. And if we find an injured dog, it's been kicked by a kudu, it's been injured while it's on a chase for a hunt, we'll bring it in. Because, again, the story of Vusile, if we have an intervention to one dog and it can go out there and have 137 pups into the system, it's really great to a population that we see is really struggling to get out of what is considered an endangered species for now. So we really don't, if it's injured and it needs to get into the rehab, we'll bring it in.
Great. Well, thank you, David. There are many, many more questions, but unfortunately we can't get to. So you can learn more about the work of PDC and support their work on their website, on various social media platforms. You can visit their expo booth. I encourage you all to follow up with them. I again want to thank you for being with us. I want to thank you for taking the time, David, for staying up late. Please keep on taking care of yourself, the communities. I hope everybody's doing great out in Zimbabwe. Now I want to invite all of you to join us in a session right now where you can hear about cheetahs, you can hear about Ethiopian wolves, lions in Mozambique, or saigas. So remember, you can hop in and out of the session. You have to go to the left of your of your screen, leave the main stage, go in one of those sessions. Don't be shy. We'll be back on this main stage at 1:15 in about 45 minutes, when my colleague Paul Thompson will introduce a panel on zoonotic diseases and wildlife trade with David Quammen and representatives from Gorilla Doctors, Environmental Investigation Agency, and Wild Aid. So please hop in a session now, talk to some of the conservationists that are there, and then come back here in 45 minutes. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Hello, everyone. Hello from San Francisco, and welcome to WCN's Wildlife Conservation Expo. Thanks for tuning in today. My name is Paul Thompson. I'm WCN's Director of Conservation Programs, and I'm really happy to present today's session. Now, you can't have a day-long run of wildlife talks without a conversation about COVID-19. It's the reason our expo is virtual today. It's the reason we are all in our homes. And given the linkages to wildlife and trade, it's clearly a really important issue that we want to cover. And I know that we all have a lot of questions about COVID-19 and the crisis that's resulted from it. So today in this session, we're going to be hearing things like, how do diseases spill over from animals to people? And what do we mean when we talk about wildlife trade? And how do these wildlife markets actually work? And importantly, what can we do to prevent the next pandemic? So collective efforts are needed in order to prevent the future calamity. Now, I think this crisis has really given us an opportunity to reflect on a bunch of different aspects of our lives. So ultimately, we wanted to put together a session that was about our very relationship with nature. So before I introduce all of today's panelists, I just want to run through how this is going to work in case you're tuning in for the first time, and this is a new format for all of us. So now, as a reminder, you can see and hear us, but we cannot see or hear you. So during the session, if you do have questions or if you do have comments, please leave them in the chat feature, which is to the right of the video screen. Each panelist will come on screen and give a short presentation, and then all of us will come back towards the end for an interactive discussion and take some questions from the audience. So now it's my extreme honor to present today's guests. First, we will hear from Dr. Kirsten Gilardi, who is Executive Director of Gorilla Doctors and Co-Director at UC Davis's Wildlife Health Center. Now, Kristen's work is really at the nexus between veterinary medicine and wildlife conservation. Kirsten's joining us from Davis, California. Then we'll hear from Mary Rice, the Executive Director of the Environmental Investigation Agency. Mary and her team conduct undercover investigations into wildlife crime and the global wildlife trade. Mary is joining us from the UK. Then we'll hear from John Baker, who's Chief Program Officer with WildAid. WildAid are masters of campaigns in China, Vietnam, throughout Asia, and even into Africa now. They raise awareness and drive behavior change for improved wildlife conservation and policy. And John is joining us today from San Francisco. And then last but certainly not least, I'm delighted to say our discussion moderator is renowned science journalist David Quammen, who has written extensively in publications. You've probably read many of his articles in National Geographic. He's written a number of incredible books, including Song of the Dodo and the very prescient 2012 Spillover, Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic. David is joining us from Bozeman, Montana. So first up, I'd like to welcome to the stage or the screen, Dr. Kirsten Gilardi, who is again from Gorilla Doctors and will be speaking on the origins of this epidemic in zoonotics. Kirsten, once we see your video in a couple seconds, we will kick it over to you.
Hi there, can you see me?
Not yet, we can hear you, but perhaps your video is coming on in a second. It may be that your video has turned off, but if you want to...
Let's see, here we go.
Okay. A little tech bump here and there is perfectly fine. Everybody's very accommodating. Kirsten, if you just want to go ahead and get started and we can
Okay, sure.
figure out the visuals.
All right.
All right, I'll leave it to you.
All right. I hope everyone can see me, but good morning or good afternoon. And I think where I'd like to start this morning is to talk about zoonotic disease. And these are diseases that are caused by pathogens like bacteria and viruses. that originate in animals. Rabies, Lyme disease, influenza, these are all zoonotic diseases. And it's actually quite remarkable to consider the fact that more than half of infectious diseases in humans are zoonotic. This is really a reflection of the really incredibly important role that animals have played and continue to play in our evolution as humans. As a species, we need animals for food, we need them for labor, and we need them for our emotional well-being as humans. At this point today, we don't have the scientific proof that SARS coronavirus 2, the virus that causes COVID-19, is zoonotic, but we have a lot of scientific evidence, an abundance of scientific evidence to suggest that it probably is, because it's very closely related genetically to other coronaviruses that we know have made the jump from animals to people, like the first SARS coronavirus in the early 2000s that caused a human outbreak. So not only is COVID-19 likely a zoonotic disease, but we also call COVID-19 an emerging infectious disease, or an EID. Because until December 2019, no one had ever isolated this virus in a patient or in an animal or even in the wild. And I mention the wild because it turns out that the majority of emerging infectious diseases are of wildlife origin. For example, that first SARS coronavirus I mentioned earlier was found to be circulating in perfectly healthy horseshoe bats in caves in China. And many of you, all of you, have probably heard of Ebola virus, which emerged in the 1970s. And has since killed many thousands of people in numerous outbreaks in Africa. And it belongs to a whole family of viruses called the filoviruses, which are carried by bats. Why bats? It's partly because bats are among the oldest animals on Earth, and they have had literally tens of millions of years to co-evolve with pathogens like viruses, to a point now where they can carry those viruses, that those viruses simply live in the bats, but they don't make the bats themselves sick. So talked about the concept of zoonotic disease and emerging infectious disease, and now I want to just talk briefly about the concept of spillover, which is this event, it's a term we use to describe the event when a virus or a pathogen like a virus carried by one species makes the sudden jump to infect a whole new host species like people. And the fact is that wildlife spillovers are happening more and more frequently because more and more people are coming into ever closer direct contact with wild animals. As people encroach into wildlife habitat, for example, to cut forests down to make way for crops, or people are hunting wildlife to feed their families, or successful hunters are bringing their bushmeat to markets or selling to customers. This kind of close direct contact is bringing people and wildlife into contact at a scale that's never before been seen on the planet. And so that's scary stuff for sure. And in the face of this COVID-19 pandemic, when the world is anxious and our lives have been turned upside down, the challenge for those of us working in wildlife conservation is to really try to help inspire people to take positive action now and in the future. And so what I mean here is that this emerging infectious diseases like COVID can help remind us how important it is to maintain habitats for wildlife that are separate from the land we need for human communities and for agriculture. I mean, we know that habitat destruction is directly correlated to the increase for spillover events happening. Emerging infectious diseases like COVID-19 also remind us of how critically important it is that what a critically important role wildlife play in providing essential services like food and like food production. If you think about it, it would be so easy right now for bats to be absolutely vilified, but we have to remind people that bats are incredibly important as insectivores and pollinators. One bat can eat several thousand insects in one night, so that's several thousand fewer mosquitoes that could be carrying the malaria parasite. So we need bats, and we need to figure out how to live safely with them in our world. The other challenge for those of us working in wildlife conservation right now is to minimize the potential for emerging infectious diseases to impact wildlife, because spillover can actually go both ways. Humans can make wildlife sick too. If we were all in, I'm sorry, you still can't see me. I don't have any indication that my camera is off or on. I'm gonna try again. If we were together, we can get close enough to them to see them when they are injured, caught in a snare, or they're ill. And the forests are actually where we are literally our hospitals. Our veterinarians, if a mountain gorilla is sick or injured, our veterinarians take all of the equipment and supplies they need to take care of those gorillas right in the forest. We don't separate gorillas from their families. But the habituation, which allows us to do our work and allows these gorillas to be protected, is a double-edged sword, because because getting so close to gorillas means that we have the opportunity, the potential to give those gorillas and other great apes truly the pathogens that are infectious for people, because gorillas and other great apes are susceptible to human pathogens. And so this brings us back to COVID-19. While we don't know if gorillas are susceptible to COVID, we know that they're susceptible to other human respiratory pathogens. So the safest thing for us is to assume that they could also catch this virus. And so our task is to minimize the risk of transmission, just like what we humans are doing all over the world right now for ourselves and our communities. In fact, gorilla doctors and our park partners have always practiced and promoted the very same measures we humans are taking now with COVID. And to protect the health of gorillas, we practice good hygiene. We don't work with the gorillas when they're sick. We maintain a safe distance from the gorillas when we're conducting our health checks, and we wear face masks. So these preventative health measures are now being strictly enforced by the parks where the mountain gorillas live. Knock wood, we have not seen COVID-19 in the gorillas yet. We're keeping them safe from COVID-19. If the virus should get into the population, we're ready to help them. So I'm going to turn things over to Mary to talk more about this nexus between pandemics, people, and wildlife.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirsten. Sorry we didn't see you, but it was a really interesting overview of what we're dealing with. I've been asked to talk about the legal global wildlife trade and the illegal wildlife trade. The global wildlife trade is worth billions of dollars every year. Essentially, it's the commercial exploitation of wildlife for consumption as food, for perceived medicinal properties, for medical research, pet trade, fur trade, and also for decoration, ivory bangles, tiger skin rugs, all sorts of things. The illegal wildlife trade is also worth billions of dollars and is listed among the top 4 serious organized crimes, alongside the illegal trade in narcotics, the illegal trade in firearms, and also human trafficking. And I'm going to talk broadly around the illegal wildlife trade because that is where our expertise at EIA is. Each year, we're seeing more and more threatened and endangered species entering the illegal wildlife trade. And from the most iconic, some you already know, elephants, rhinos for their horns, tigers, leopards, jaguars, and other big cats, to lesser known species like helmeted hornbills and pangolins. And I include pangolins here because until very recently, most people did not know what a pangolin was. But sadly, the pangolin has now become the most illegally traded mammal on the and also in the context of the COVID virus, a lot of these products do sometimes end up in wet markets. Wet markets are typically open air markets that sell fresh meat and seafood. But illegal wildlife trade takes place through many, many other vehicles and platforms, and is also laundered through legitimate markets. I think all eyes have recently been focused on the wet market in China, which people are speculating was the origin of the coronavirus. But I think it's also really important to recognize that these markets are typical all over Southeast Asia and also in many other countries, including Africa. The illegal wildlife trade is perpetuated increasingly and perpetrated by transnational organized criminal networks. These networks operate across borders. They are adaptive and sophisticated and multifaceted, and they will move the sourcing of their the livestock, or not the livestock, but the wildlife that they are trying to get hold of, according to the prevailing political and governance landscape, and also according to the availability of the wild animal thereafter. They exploit weak governance and they foster corruption, and they may also engage in other criminal activities. EIA has been documenting and exposing the illegal wildlife trade now for almost 4 decades, monitoring changing dynamics and understanding the way that these criminals work. And for example, over the last decade, we've seen a shift and an increase in the involvement of Vietnamese-led networks. For example, when prior to that, it was largely Chinese-led networks. And then, as with any successful business enterprise, there is a hierarchy from the poacher who sources the product to the big boss who's at the end of the trade chain. There are often discrete roles and responsibilities, transporters, logisticians, specialist packers who've developed unique and unexpected ways of concealing the contraband. And of course, there are corrupt officials, police, and customs officers who've been groomed over time in the source, transit, and consuming countries. As a result of the coronavirus, China has currently placed a ban on the consumption of wildlife for food. Whether this becomes permanent remains to be seen. There's certainly been a lot of discussion around calls for the closure of wildlife markets, but I think it's really important to differentiate between commercial wildlife markets and those in places where indigenous communities rely on wildlife for subsistence. And in closing, I would add that tackling the illegal wildlife trade in its many and varied forms is not the only factor behind our increased vulnerability to future disease transmission. Current crisis provides us with an opportunity to recalibrate our relationship with the habitats that we rely on and the only home we have. And with that, I'm going to hand over to John, who will talk about the way forward.
Thank you, Mary. I'm John Baker from WildAid, and I want to talk a bit about how campaigns and how we can use this moment we have now with the heightened awareness around the COVID and the importance of addressing the wildlife trade, first of all, to prevent the next pandemic, but also to maybe even help conserve some of these species that are being affected by the trade. As Mary mentioned, China has already announced some new regulations. We're waiting to see whether or not they will become permanent. We're expecting that these regulations will be quite an improvement on what we have seen in the past. And we expect perhaps by later this month, toward the end of May, we may hear some announcements from China on that. We have seen some previews of these draft regulations, and there are reasons to be optimistic that they will be rather comprehensive. One question, getting to Mary's point on pangolins, is whether or not pangolins will be restricted from medical use, whether the scales will be prohibited from use by the medical industry in China. So that's an open question. As Mary also mentioned, Vietnam has also begun the process of drafting stronger regulations, and we're hopeful there as well that the government will improve those prohibitions, including online sales of wildlife. In Vietnam in particular, there's not as much of concern around markets. Those are not as common or prevalent in terms of wildlife sales, but we are concerned mostly about these wildlife restaurants, and we're focused on that. Other countries as well are in different stages of developing regulations, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and other parts of Africa and Latin America. For example, Malawi has announced a ban on bushmeat, which is both the selling and consumption, which is also very important. And again, to reiterate what Mary said, these measures are all very important. We are helping in many cases to promote these and help develop and advance them, but we are primarily focused on the commercial trade and urban consumption. There's no effort here at this point in time to do any type of measures that would restrict subsistence access to wildlife, especially for indigenous groups, and especially where food security concerns are paramount. So to summarize, I think we really need to focus on supporting government partners in developing stronger populations and more effective enforcement. We also are helping to communicate to the public not only the risks of this virus, which are very well known in many places, such as China, where public opinion is very much surging. And this is really our opportunity now to solidify attitudes and behaviors around the consumption of wildlife and really make these permanent, socially unacceptable attitudes so that we do not see these behaviors resume once the spotlight and the headlines have shifted. At the same time, we also need to monitor and track the wildlife trade to make sure that these markets and the trade does not resume once once the spotlight has shifted on. I would like to give a small gesture of our gratitude to the Wildlife Conservation Network and the Pangolin Crisis Fund. They provided a very generous lead gift to WildAid and for initiating this work in parts of Asia, China, and Vietnam in particular, but we're also looking to get these programs going in other countries. I do believe it's really important that we work on a global response and we don't just isolate certain countries like China or Vietnam, and we show that this is truly a global crisis that requires a global response. As part of that, we've joined a coalition with Wildlife Conservation Society and Global Wildlife Conservation called End the Trade. You can find it online at endthetrade.com. We have a declaration that we've just put out this week. And I do think we also need to be vigilant in counteracting this narrative now about the origin of the virus coming from a lab. We need to work with our scientist colleagues to make sure the public is aware that this does come from wildlife trade, and without addressing the wildlife trade around the world, we do risk the next pandemic. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to David, who I think has done so much work on documenting this around the world. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Juan. And thank you, WCN, for inviting me to be part of this. And Kirsten and Mary, thanks for your thoughts on this. I'm going to add just a few things, and then we'll all talk together. One of the things I want to do is pick up on a couple of points that that Kirsten made about these events, these spillovers, the passage of some sort of a pathogen, a virus or a bacterium or something else from a non-human animal into a human host. I think it's important for people to remember that these events are not new. Humans have been coming into contact with wild animals, we know for, as long as we've been a species, whatever you mark that at 200,000 years. And pathogens have been passing into humans for a long, long time too. The bubonic plagues of the 14th century and other events. But something is different now. Something is very different in recent decades. And I would mark it as going back about 6 decades. There has been a drumbeat of spillovers from wild animals, non-human animals, into humans over that period of time. I think of Mapucho virus, 1961, Marburg virus, 67, Ebola, the first outbreaks were recognized in 76. It was 1981 when we recognized that HIV was in the human population, although it had been there we now know, a long time. A crazy virus called Hendra virus in Australia spilled over from bats in 94, Nipah virus 98, SARS 2003, et cetera, et cetera. These things have been happening with what seems to be greater frequency and with greater consequences. And there are a few obvious reasons for that, the increase in this problem. And the other panelists have talked about that a bit. These things result from disruptive contact between humans and non-human animals, and that takes various different forms. The most obvious one is, of course, capturing or killing animals for food, but there's also capturing animals for medical purposes. That's what led to the Marburg spillover. Capturing animals for medicinal purposes. We'll talk some more about pangolins, I hope. Disruption of habitat, invasion of habitat puts us in jeopardy of these new viruses. And conversion of habitat, in some cases, brings wild animals closer to us. I think of Hendra virus, and Nipah virus, which resulted from destruction of tropical forests that left giant fruit bats looking for food in other places, and they started coming in closer to human settlements, orchards, fruit trees planted over piggeries. In the case of Nipah virus, these various different mechanisms that trigger, but it all has one thing in common, and that is human disruptive and invasive interaction with rich, diverse ecosystems, including the many, many forms of animal that those ecosystems contain, and all of those animals contain their own unique viruses. So as we disrupt the natural world more and more, now that there are 7.7 billion of us humans, smart and hungry and restless to arrogate resources to ourselves, these viruses that are carried in these wild animals have more and more opportunities to make the crucial spillover into that first human host. And then if it turns out that they can replicate in the human host, the person becomes sick. And if they can transmit from one host to another, which is not always the case, for instance, rabies is a very important zoonotic virus, but it's almost unknown that it would pass from one human victim into another. But if the virus does, if the pathogen does transmit, then you have an outbreak, dozens or hundreds of cases in a particular area. If the outbreak spreads through a nation, you've got an epidemic, and if it spreads around the world, you've got a pandemic, which is what we have now. And so what is the solution to that? Well, we'll talk more about that too, but I would say that we should think about this in terms of stages. Can we prevent viral spillovers in the future? It's unlikely. It's unlikely that we can prevent that with any degree of thoroughness. Can we prevent spillovers from turning into outbreaks? A little bit greater possibility if we have intensive monitoring, internationally connected, close monitoring of human health, human infection. We can perhaps detect these things at the point of a spillover and affecting only a few dozen or a few hundred people. And then if we have networks of fast and effective public health measures and international cooperation at the governmental level, we can prevent outbreaks from turning into epidemics and epidemics turning into pandemics. We have the science, we have the technology, we need the public health investment, and we need the political will to put that sort of thing in place before the next big one comes. And there will be another one after this. This is not the last big one. This is only the current big one that we're suffering through. So with that, I'd like to welcome everybody back up here on stage with me on this virtual stage, and let's have a little bit of conversation. Can we do that now?
All right, we're back.
I want to jump right in with one question. I suppose this is focused to Mary and also to John. In terms of China, we now have a ban, as I understand it, on the wildlife trade for food. I'd like to understand more about that. Is it only for food? Does it also cover things like pangolin scales for medicinal purposes? Is it likely to be permanent? And is it likely to be enforced?
Okay, I'll start, and John, you can jump in. So the current ban is only on the consumption of wildlife meat. It doesn't cover the use of pangolin scales in traditional Chinese medicine, and this is what John alluded to when he was talking about the current review that's taking place in China with regard to their national legislation around this. In terms of enforcement, I'll let John talk about the medicinal part, but in terms of enforcement, certainly from EIA's perspective, we've seen a much greater enforcement effort in China, particularly around sort of products coming into the country. In terms of what's happening on the ground, John may be better placed to answer that. So I'll hand over to John.
Thanks, Mary. I would just add that, as I said, we don't know about the medicinal use of pangolin scales. Obviously, it's a big issue, and I'm sure the government of China is very aware that, obviously, by permitting that trade, they're also encouraging the supply chain and supply of pangolins from now mostly coming from Central and West Africa. In terms of enforcement, I have to say we've been very impressed in recent years with the extent and the effectiveness of China's enforcement on wildlife trade. So there are reasons to be hopeful in that regard.
To stick with pangolins for just a second, we've heard that there have been one or two studies that came out early on that suggested that this particular coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, was a close match to a coronavirus in pangolins, as well as a very close match to one in bats. And so there was some speculating about whether perhaps pangolins in that particular one-on wholesale seafood market in the city of Wuhan, perhaps pangolins had been an amplifier host for this spillover into humans. Part of that is because I think among the first 41 cases, 27 of those cases were directly linked to the market. And it's hard to imagine that if the spillover came directly from a horseshoe bat, tiny little horseshoe bat, that it could have infected 27 people. Whereas if it's a larger animal, a little bit more possibility of that. First of all, do any of the three of you have thoughts about that, about the pangolin hypothesis? And secondly, if that story is in circulation, does it offer any prospect of discouragement for use of pangolins as food or medicine? Might the onus of the possibility of them having been a host, either a natural host or an amplifier host of the virus, does that offer any possibility of relief to them in terms of being captured and traded?
Well, David, I'll speak to a little bit about the possibilities for pangolins being the reservoir for this virus. You know, some of that early data was based on short sequences of the coronavirus that were isolated. And I think as we all know, we're doing more and more research on this virus and the pandemic and all the opportunity that gives us for learning more about it. We're better understanding how closely related it is to the SARS coronavirus that caused the first SARS outbreak that you mentioned also. And that virus was isolated from horseshoe bats in caves in China. But if you'll recall, in the first SARS outbreak, there was a lot of finger pointing at civets, which were also live traded in the markets. And a very, very unfortunate outcome of that was that a lot of civets were killed because it was they thought they were doing humanity a favor by eliminating that species. And so I think it's incredibly important that we make sure we understand the total ecology of this virus before starting to make decisions about how best to control it. But the basic measure, the most important measure, is eliminating that direct contact between the carrier of the virus and this susceptible host like people. And so you touched on it yourself. I mean, where people are coming into close contact with wildlife, those are all opportunities for viruses that are circulating in wildlife that aren't causing any problem for the wildlife to spill over and infect people. I mean, you wrote a whole book about it, and I think it's figuring out how to allow wildlife to thrive in their natural environments without that contact with people that allows those spillover events to happen is really, really critical. And it's, you know, again, it's why we've been practicing, you know, many of the same preventative measures we're practicing right now for COVID in our towns, our cities, our countries, are some of the measures we've been practicing for a long time at not just mountain gorilla sites, but other great ape sites around the world, just because that close genetic relatedness between people and great apes means that there's always the threat for even a normal virus that we carry all the time, like influenza or any of the other viruses that give us a common cold. Those viruses could get into great apes. And so those, you know, social distancing, hygiene, you know, preventive measures, mask use are all really, really important for wildlife conservation. And again, it's really been what I think right now has really kept that virus out of the mountain gorilla population. They're unique because so many of them allow people to come really, really close. So so they really are at risk, but we've so far so good. Again, knock wood.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to go to audience questions soon, but I have at least one other that I think I'd like to hear you all on. This is a huge challenge to bat conservation. The more we hear about bats as reservoir hosts for these viruses, the more the general public hears about that, the more challenge to bat conservation. And some people are making the obvious leap, well, if bats carry these viruses, then we should get rid of bats. How do we address that? How do we head off this possibly horrible setback in terms of bat conservation?
I'll just take the first stab and then turn it over to John and Mary. But you're absolutely right. It's, as wildlife conservationists, it's one of our biggest fears. Again, you know, back to the fact that bats are incredibly important for us and our livelihoods and our well-being on the planet. And so the absolute last thing we should be doing is exterminating them. And in fact, there's a lot of science to show that that doesn't work at all for reducing populations of bats. As soon as they're exterminated from an area, the bats come in. And in fact, new bats, new susceptibles help keep these viruses at very high levels in the bat population. So it's absolutely the wrong thing to do, even from a human health standpoint. So so it's really important to be conveying messages about how people should be can be living safely with bats. And we do a lot of that in our work, is to just try to enforce you know, best practices around cohabitating with wildlife, of having wildlife in our environment, minimizing that contact. But give it to Mary or John.
Yeah, I mean, I would just echo everything that Kirsten has said. I think any sort of initiative to try and address that needs to happen very quickly. So public awareness, education needs to start kicking in now, and it needs political will behind it. It needs to have the support of governments and spokespeople who are prepared to stand up and speak out. And John, you may have something else to add to that.
Yeah, so WildAid's already launched several campaigns, both in China and Vietnam, to address this, focusing primarily on pangolins. We happen to have materials ready to go. So we have, I think, just in the last 2 weeks, 200 new billboards in several key cities around southern China. And again, our messaging is very positive, where we're not trying to scare people or make everyone go out and kill every last pangolin and every last bat because they're, you know, going to put their community at risk. I think the bigger issue is really focusing on the overall trade and the existence of the trade and the demand that drives the trade, which is really creating the risk. And I do believe that people are starting to understand the connection more and more, at least in China and Vietnam, between the bats and nature and human health. So a big message here is also protecting habitats and reducing our impact and what has been mentioned around deforestation and those types of impacts as well.
Thanks, John. I think we've got time for one more, if I state it concisely, and maybe you all answer concisely. I saw news from ProMedMel this morning that at the Bronx Zoo, there are 4 tigers and 3 lions who've now additionally tested positive for the coronavirus. and John Goodrich there, who we probably all know, great tiger biologist, John Goodrich, saying that this is potentially, if it causes serious disease in cats of all sorts, felids of all sorts, this could potentially be a severe conservation concern for big cats in the wild. We don't have any evidence yet that it is a severe disease in cats, but anybody have thoughts on that?
I can comment quickly on that. You know, part of, again, as we learn more about this virus and what it does in other hosts, part of it's really about that biology between the virus and how it enters the cell of an animal that's infected. And it turns out that the receptor on the cells, on our cells, that allows that virus to get into the cells is quite similar to the same receptor in the felids, not as similar as in canids, as in dogs. So it is similar to ferrets, so potentially mustelids are concerned. So again, these are the kinds of things, as we do more and more science, we're going to realize that there are other potentially susceptible taxa other than just humans. But the same measures for preventing transmission will apply no matter whether we're talking about human and getting contact. I mean, we're seeing the virus there are cases where people who are very, very sick and shedding a lot of virus are infecting their pet cats. Some of those cats are getting sick. So, so again, as we learn more, but it's the point is well taken that this could present a conservation challenge, not just for great apes in the wild, but other animals.
Thank you, Kirsten. Okay, Paul, do we have a question or two from the audience you want to bring in?
We've got just a few minutes remaining, so I wanted to get a question in from the audience. Here's one from Aaron, and David, I'm going to direct this one to you. So a lot of people at home listening from the safety of their home want to know how they can help prevent the next pandemic. Sort of what are some practical things that they can do in this day and age to stay informed and to help out?
Well, stay informed. That's the first big one. Educate yourself on this problem, and let yourself remember that it's not just people in China who fancy wild flavor. People in Africa who are eating what we call bushmeat. When we eat wild animals in Montana here, we call it game. These are subjective and invidious distinctions, and there is enough responsibility for this overall problem to go around to all of us. Every decision we make about what we eat, what we wear, how much we consume, how much we travel, how many children we have, if we choose to have children, all of those decisions put pressure on wild ecosystems and bring the viruses in wild animals closer to us. So I think that change begins at home in terms of diet, in terms of reproduction, in terms of all those decisions that we make.
Great. Any other points from the others?
No, I think that summed it up very well. So I have nothing to add to that.
Okay, great. So then perhaps stemming from that, John, I'll ask you a question. This one comes from Caroline, who is asking sort of how feasible is it and how realistic do you think it is for people around the world to change the habits and to do so in time to prevent species extinction and to prevent the next spillover? I know you do a lot of work in Asia, so in terms of that behavior change, how realistic is it?
I would say this is the opportunity, despite the devastating impact of this pandemic, this is our opportunity right now when everyone is focused on how dangerous the wildlife trade can be, both to the economy and to our societies and our public health. So now is really our opportunity to connect these issues, and places like China or other countries, they're very much living with this, and I think they're on their way. Hopefully this international kind of political sort of debate can be quelled and we can move on to addressing the issue without distortion and distraction, which is what is going to be needed. But as the impact of this pandemic reaches beyond the audience of people who are already concerned about wildlife conservation and economic and environmental conservation, this is really our chance. So I believe it's very hopeful and positive, and we're working very hard to push this forward. And I think, again, we really want this to be truly a global response where all the different countries, we've heard a lot of different countries already mentioned, everyone needs to step up and play a role, and it's not just going to be only China that's going to solve this.
Great, thank you. Now, unfortunately, with that, we are out of time. So I just want to thank you all. Thank the panelists, David, Mary, Kirsten, John. You guys have been terrific. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning in. We at WCN, we're so thankful for everybody's support. We love our community so much, and we are here if you need us, so please reach out. And if you're at home and you would like to learn more about these issues that we've been discussing today, please visit pangolincrisisfund.org, which is an initiative by WCN and its partner, Save Pangolins, and we have a lot of news about COVID and the wildlife trade. And you can provide some support there as well. Now, please stick around. We're going to head into sessions. So if you'd like to join us for some live Q&As with other conservation partners, head to the sessions area on the side of your screen by clicking that button. Okay, once again, thank you all, the panelists. Thanks so much. And everybody, be safe.
Cheers.
Stay safe, stay engaged.
Healthy.
Hello, and welcome back to the main stage of our virtual expo. I hope you've been enjoying our content on the main stage and the sessions at the expo booth. Again, I want to encourage you to visit all those different places throughout the day. Remember that the day is really meant to be interactive so that you can submit questions in the chat box to the speakers throughout their talk. And then I'm going to relay those questions at the end to Belinda. So next, I'm delighted to introduce a really dear friend of mine with whom I had the pleasure of touring northern Kenya several years ago, and she put up with me as my suitcase had been lost. And so we spent about 3 weeks in the bush, and she loaned me a few t-shirts. That was nice of her. And I learned about the incredible work of the Grevi Zebra Trust, which she founded in 2007. I was completely blown away by her compassionate leadership, by all the programs that she's put together, and really by the team she's built and all that the team accomplishes. So since then, they've been going from strength to strength, truly embodying what a win-win solutions can be for wildlife and people. Belinda is a Kenyan national, and she joins us from her home in Nairobi. Please welcome a dear friend and colleague, Belinda Mackey.
Hello, everyone. This is so exciting to be connecting with you from Kenya. Thank you so much for joining WCN's Spring Expo 2020 online. It means so much to my team and I here in Kenya. And please know that we've been thinking of you and your loved ones, and we hope that you're all well and safe. I was born and raised in Kenya, but I didn't really fall in love with Grevi zebra until I had the privilege of working at Lewa Wildlife Conservancy, where I was studying Grevi zebra and their habitat. There was a territorial male Grevi zebra that I used to see on a pretty much daily basis because I think my house was in his territory. And I had quiet moments when I would just switch off the engine and watch him, and I wasn't studying him. I was just with him. And he had this very wise and gentle presence. He was strength, beauty, and spirit all bound into one animal. And that's when I realized that my life's work was going to be dedicated to Grevi zebra. And in 2007, I co-founded the Grevi Zebra Trust. Grevi zebra are endangered. There are just over 3,000 Grevi zebra left in the wild. And although their population has stabilized, any escalation in threat could be a disaster for their long-term survival. They are threatened by loss of grazing habitat due to land degradation, restricted access to water because livestock are occupying water throughout the day, and in some of the more remote areas that we're working, poaching for subsistence meat. And it's absolutely critical that we sustain our investment in our teams on the ground. We cannot afford to lose an entire species, and we cannot afford further degradation of this incredible ecosystem. The Grevi Zebra Trust puts people at the front and center of all its work. And this is because the long-term survival of Grevi zebra depends on its ability to coexist with people living in this landscape. All the work that we are doing helps to protect other species and the ecosystem and improves the livelihoods of the communities in this landscape. I'm going to tell you about how we're monitoring Grevi zebra and how we're supporting them during times of crisis, how we are addressing land health, and finally, how we are responding to this COVID-19 pandemic. If you compare the Grevi zebra and the plain zebra, you can see that there's actually quite a lot of differences. So the Grevi zebras are like the Clydesdales of the zebra world. And they're very tall. They have these fine stripes and these beautiful white bellies. The stripes don't go under the belly. They have a brown nose and these huge ears, which are their most beautiful and distinctive feature. They live in semi-arid areas in northern Kenya and in Ethiopia. 95% of their population is in Kenya, and only 0.1% of it is falling within formally protected areas. The foundation of the Grevi Zebra Trust is our incredible team. Our family is made up of diverse communities, the Samburu, the Rendile, the Turkana, and represented within that are women, warriors, and elders. And they have this incredible network that they expand the reach of conservation through their families, through their extended community. And so all people in this landscape are really rallying for Grevi Zebra and reporting to our team when they've seen them and how they are. We have more than 55 people who are employed to collect data on Grevi Zebra. And this is a long-term data set that is really reflecting the health of the Grevi Zebra populations that we are working to conserve. And importantly, when they're out on patrols, our team are the eyes and ears on the ground that tell us real-time information. They tell us the status of grazing, water, and the resources that Grevi Zebra depend on. And that's when we know if we need to intervene to help them during times of crisis. Foals are the most vulnerable demographic in a Grevi Zebra population. And that's because their mothers, when they're lactating, have to access water at least every other day. And so they're making much more frequent journeys to water. Sometimes these journeys can be from very far away because grazing lands in dry areas can be a long way from water. And so securing that access to water is critical for the survival of foals and for the species as a whole. And I want to tell you a story about how our Grevi Zebra warriors secured access, legal access for Grevi Zebra to this water trough. This is a water trough that belongs to a community called Tirkamo, and it's much closer to the grazing area than their traditional water source that the Grevi Zebra use. And so the community were reluctant to share this resource with Grevi Zebra, but through multiple outreach sessions, our warriors convinced the community to start sharing this resource. And then they went a step further, and they actually registered Grevi Zebra as a legitimate user of that water source. So in the association that governs water, when they have meetings, Grevi Zebra is another stakeholder, and they have to consider the needs of Grevis during those meetings. We are having more frequent droughts in the landscape, and that's because the land is degraded, and so when we do receive rainfall, we're losing about 80% of it to runoff and evaporation. And during these times is when Grevi Zebra lose condition, and we cannot afford to lose a single Grevi Zebra. And so together with the Kenya Wildlife Service and other partners, we've developed guidelines for supplementary feeding. We supply hay and we identify feeding sites that are along corridors that Grevi Zebra are using to access water. So when they come along these corridors, they find the hay and they're able to eat it. And this has been incredibly successful to date. We've had several years where we've been able to intervene and sustain the health of Grevi Zebra during these terrible times. But this is a very short-term solution. We need to be looking much further ahead and investing in the future. And that's why we have a very big focus on land health. Grass is fundamental to life in northern Kenya. Without grass, there will be a decline in prey species. And with a decline in prey species, large carnivores will be forced to predate on livestock. And that increases human-wildlife conflict. So addressing land health is key to conservation in northern Kenya. One of the reasons land degradation has escalated in recent years is because livestock are not moving like they used to. There's overgrazing by small stock, sheep and goats, because people are no longer as nomadic as they were. They're living much more sedentary lifestyles. And so we have to be much more intentional about providing recovery time for plants. And that means planning. And the way that we can do that is by dividing land into blocks. No physical boundaries, just natural boundaries such as roads, rivers, hills, and having livestock grazing in one block while other blocks are left to recover. And this is especially important during the rainy season when plants are growing. Recovery time is all very well, but it's not going to work in areas where there's tons of bare soil, where plants simply cannot establish because the soil is bare and capped. And we are using another tool, which is using the hooves, the dung, and the urine of livestock, which are a great resource in this landscape. And the livestock are going out grazing during the day and then coming back to an enclosure at night. And they break up the soil with their hooves. They fertilize it with their dung and their urine. And this is an amazing treatment for bare ground. And the results are amazing. It's the combination of recovery time and reinvigorating bare ground that is going to lead to productive land, which will in turn lead to a resilient ecosystem and a resilient community. And critical to all of this is the community coming together around a common vision. So we're working hard with the community to understand how do they want their lives to be and what needs to be in place to sustain that far into the future. And of course, it always comes back to grass. Grass has become central and foremost the issue that communities are trying to now address. It also takes leadership, and having leadership from women, from elders, and from warriors, so that everybody is working to work together towards the same goal. And that's the only way that we can scale using this approach. One thing that we had not anticipated this year was the outbreak of desert locusts in northern Kenya. The locusts are bred up in the Middle East and flown across to the Horn of Africa. And at this point, we don't actually know what impact they're going to have on Grevy's zebra and its habitat. But it's definitely something that we feel is going to be a recurring phenomenon, just because global climate has changed, and so conditions are favorable for the breeding of the desert locust. And so we're going to have to incorporate this into our planning going forward, based on how the situation unfolds the rest of this year. Like all of you, we are now facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya. And our priority has been to make sure that our team and our communities stay as safe as possible. And together with the Waso Lions, Save the Elephants, and other partners, we've been able to support a charity called the Communities Health Africa Trust, CHAT, which is a healthcare organization. And they have mobilized their community healthcare providers across the landscape in northern Kenya. And they're able to screen community members for COVID-19 fever, and also to provide awareness on best practice, including physical distancing and sanitizing hands, etc. The Grevy Zebra Trust also has a reusable sanitary pad project, and this has really shifted gears now in the wake of this pandemic. We have now started producing protective masks for the community. We have a good stock of sanitary pads, so those are fine. We can still distribute those. But now we're using the material that we normally reserve for the pads to make these masks. And these will be given out for free to community members. And we're hoping to produce around 700 a week and protect our teams and also the communities that they're working with. During this crisis, we're also anticipating a rise in poaching. And this is due to the economic fallout from this pandemic, especially with the collapse of the tourism industry. And so keeping our teams on the ground is absolutely critical for the protection of Grevy's zebra and other wildlife. We work in some very remote areas, and there is no tourism here because of the inaccessibility and in some cases because of security issues. And so in these areas, we've really been focusing on the intrinsic value of Grevy's zebra, how people feel about the animal, their emotional attachment and their cultural attachment to this species. And we believe that this is something that needs to continue very strongly, not just in remote areas, but across the range of this species. Our rangelands program is also building on the local economy. And this is something that we really need to put more energy into. Because having a strong local economy enables the community to withstand these shocks of things like COVID-19. They will be able to get through living off their livestock, living off the land, and not depending on external income. And so this is something that we really want to continue focusing on as we move forward. And once we're through the other side of this pandemic, we will really step up our efforts to make sure this becomes a priority for all of our partners. Sustaining investment in Grevy's zebra conservation and the people that are on the front line protecting Grevy's zebra is absolutely critical. Not only does it protect this endangered species, but also the ecosystem upon which it and many other wildlife species depend. I never thought in my time at Grevy's Zebra Trust that we would see these incredible events that have taken place. Locusts, droughts, and now COVID-19. But because of my amazing team, I feel that the Grevy's Zebra Trust is incredibly resilient and we are going to prevail. We are going to keep protecting Grevy's zebra. And I'm looking forward to welcoming all of you to Kenya once things return back to normal. Thank you so much for your support. Please know that we are walking alongside you through this pandemic. Be well and stay safe. And if you would like to connect with us over the coming months, please reach out. And you can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram to find out what's going on in the field. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Belinda, for this great insight in the important work you all do and for taking the time to be with us today. So during the presentation, we received some questions from the audience. Belinda's going to be joining up on stage in a few seconds, and we'll be able to start with some of those questions. So it's great that people have been using the chat functions and sending those. We've collated some, and I see Belinda is now with us on stage. This is great. Thank you so much. So I wanted to start, Belinda, I think with two questions I wanted to merge, provided by Lee Berg and Raj Rao. Maybe you can answer them in one go. One was, are the Maasai in southern Kenya involved at all? And so maybe you can help position us geographically. And then Raj was asking, are there any reasons to not erect any physical barriers, such as fences, to separate the wild areas from the grazing grounds?
Great, thanks, Gilles. It's great to see you. Yeah, so for physical barriers, we haven't focused on those because northern Kenya is an open system, and that's what's so remarkable about it. It's one of the few places left that has this incredible, open landscape where animals can move through, people can move through, and there's very good respect of boundaries, even though they're not necessarily physical boundaries, but they are geographical or topographical boundaries. And so we really don't want to go down that road because we feel that, you know, keeping the system open and allowing for my movement of wildlife throughout the system is so important. In terms of the Maasai, so we have partnered with Seralo, which is an organization in southern Kenya, where we sent our Grevy's Zebra Warrior team down there with our rangelands team to really understand like how the Maasai are governing their natural resources, because they have a very strong cultural traditions in terms of how they manage their resources. And so it was really to, you know, share experiences and to inspire our team. And we're really excited to welcome them, Seralo, up to northern Kenya. It was actually planned for this month, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we can't obviously have that happen. But once it's over, they'll be coming up to join us, and it's going to be a great exchange of knowledge and experience.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Megan Travelos wanted to know, how is climate change affecting the grasses? And are there any invasive grasses coming in? Maybe putting some parallels to what's happening here in California.
Yeah, so there's not necessarily invasive grasses, but we do have sort of indigenous encroacher species. So there's one particular tree species, which is Acacia officinalis, and that really favors dry soils. And so because of the overgrazing that's taking place and the loss of grasses and the bare soil that's resulting, we're getting other species that like to take advantage of being able to live in dry areas. And so under these kind of thickets of Acacia officinalis, there's really nothing growing. And so one of the projects that the communities are doing is actually clearing this Acacia species and laying it on the ground as cover, and then replanting with indigenous grass species. So it's also another opportunity to rehabilitate their areas.
Great, wonderful. And actually, I was going to ask you another question first, but I'll throw this one in. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about the role that Grevy's play in the environment, and so that win-win solution a little bit more extensively.
Yeah, so Grevy's will pave the way for other species behind them. So they're able to eat much coarser grasses, and so they will graze down the coarser grass, allowing access for other wildlife and livestock species to get the lower parts of the grass plants. And also in this landscape, it's not just grass, we also have a lot of forbs or herbs, which are very important as part of the diet. So there's a lot of browse as well in the diet, not just grazing.
Great. So Lilia Bay wanted to know, are the Grevy's making a comeback? Can you talk maybe a little bit about the population trends?
Yeah, so since 2016, we've been working with some other partners in Kenya and the US to undertake a nationwide census of Grevy's zebra. And it's a citizen science event. It's called the Great Grevy's Rally. And we have people coming from international places as well to take part. And it's a real multi-stakeholder effort. So we have the government, local citizens involved. And we've done it every 2 years. And it's basically a photographic identification census, because we can identify Grevy's zebra by their stripe patterns. And the results of that census have shown that the population is stable. And we just completed the Great Grevy's Rally 2020. So we haven't got the results yet. We're looking forward to getting those, but it will be great to see what they are, because so we've done a rally in 2016, we did the next one in 2018, and then this one. In 2018, we were a little bit apprehensive about the trend because we had a very bad drought in 2017. But we did a lot of intervening with supplementary feeding, and we're really pleased to see that basically the population was stable. So it didn't decline from that drought, despite us finding multiple mortalities. And so that's a really good sign. And now we're looking forward to seeing the population increase.
Great. So I'm going to dig in a little bit more into that. John Alfords wanted to share, but he'd heard that the Gravy zebras were not reproducing as frequently as they did in the past. So is that true? Can you talk maybe a little bit more specifically about their reproduction trends?
Yeah, we don't know for sure in terms of whether they're not reproducing as much as they used to, but we do know that the pressures are greater. So, for example, I think, I explained how because foals are having to travel much further to water if they're born into the dry season, the stress on them and their mothers is greater. And so we assume that when we have low percentages of foals and juveniles in the population, that we're not getting the growth that we need. But from our long-term monitoring by our Gravy zebra scouts, ambassadors, and warriors, the trend in the population of young, the proportion of young in the population is actually improving. So we're pretty hopeful, that once we're able to do a kind of a longer-term study on the interbirth interval, that we will be able to have more kind of concrete information and be able to model what the population is going to do going forward. Great.
I think I'll take one last question, which comes from Erin Fitzgerald, who, first of all, wanted to thank you for all the things that you do. And I think she speaks on behalf of the thousands of people who are watching and the thousands more who do really care about this. But she wanted to know what inspires you to keep going, and what gives you hope for that species, and what suggestions do you have for people around the world who want to get involved in zebra conservation?
Thank you. So I have to say that you are all inspiring me. I get so inspired from taking part in these events, and just knowing that there's so many people out there that are supporting us and really giving us that moral support, which is so important, especially during these difficult times. And my team is also my hope, and the communities that we work with. A lot of my team are actually watching this, so I want to say a shout out to all of them. Unfortunately, we were hoping to have a couple of them join us for the Q&A, but the network in some of those areas where they are is just not strong enough, and so we didn't think it might not have worked with the tech. Everybody can take action. Everybody can create awareness, can support through social media, and also just the trends in wildlife. We need to all come together as a global community and make sure that going forward, we can't afford to have these kinds of pandemics recurring. And Gravy zebra, we also have disease issues, in that landscape with anthrax, where because of land degradation, Gravy zebra are grazing very close to the soil sometimes, and anthrax spores can be in the soil, and they can get the anthrax, and then that can also go into humans. So I think, as a global community, because of our passion and our connection now, I think I'm inspired all the time and every day. And thank you so much to everybody for joining us today.
Well, thank you. And speaking of inspiration, I'm going to throw one last question to you, because it just came in from Virad, who's 5 years old, who wants to know if Gravy zebras use their stripes for protection. So I just have to ask you that question and get a very short answer.
That's such a great question. And they do. That's one of the reasons they have stripes, yes. And they also deter biting flies. So they protect themselves from biting flies, because the flies can't focus on the very strong contrast between the black and the white.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Belinda, and thank you, Virad, for watching wherever you are and for caring. It's incredible that everybody's able to join us today. Belinda, thank you so much. Everybody can continue to learn about the work of GZT on their website, support it. You could go visit their expo booth. I encourage you to follow them on Facebook, connect with them by email. And I again want to thank you for being with us here. Next, I invite you to join us in a session where you can hear about penguins, sharks and rays, cotton-top tamarins, or snow leopards. So again, you can hop around between all those sessions. I know that there's been great engagement there. We'll be back on the main stage on the hour. So it's in about 45 minutes, and we'll see you there. Until then, go to the sessions. Feel free to go around the expo booth and continue engaging with one another and the conservationists. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Welcome back to the main stage of our virtual expo. I know that it's getting late for some people in different places. It's almost midnight, or just turned midnight in Nairobi in Kenya. I'm sorry that we're getting close to the end of the day, as this is going to be our last presentation with a conservationist, but it's a great one because we'll be traveling to Peru and we'll learn about spectacled bears. And as I'm stuck here at home, this one is particularly special for me because this was the last international trip that I took, and it was an incredible experience to see Robin Appleton in action. Robin is the founder of Spectacled Bear Conservation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the protection of these spectacled, cliff-hanging South American bear species. She's built a team of dedicated local conservationists to study and protect these bears in the high elevation mountains of Peru. And they were actually the first to fit a GPS collar on a spectacled bear in Peru. In addition to still learning much about the bears, because we don't know much about that species, SBC is really committed to creating forest corridors to connect isolated bear populations to one another, and to working closely with rural indigenous communities with some fantastic programs. So we're going to hear all about it. Remember that you can submit questions in the chat box for Robin throughout her talk, and then I'll relay those questions over to her at the end. Robin joins us from Canada, which is home when she is not in Peru. So please welcome to the stage a dear friend and colleague, Robin Appleton.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today, especially under these extraordinary times. This is not how I'd expected Spring Expo to be this year, but I'm so grateful to WCN for putting this on and those of you that have taken the time to join us today, so thank you. My deepest gratitude also goes out to all of those individuals around the world working so tirelessly on the front lines to keep us all healthy and safe. Thank you. While things have changed very quickly in Peru, recent weeks due to COVID-19, everyone here at the Spectacled Bear Conservation Society is doing everything we can under such challenging circumstances to keep pushing ahead and ensuring the protection of such an important species like this, the spectacled bear. The spectacled bear is the only bear in South America and is the most elusive and poorly known bear in the world. Unfortunately, their populations are rapidly declining. We suspect there are as little as 5,000 left in the world, scattered throughout small islands of habitat in South America. Due to extreme human pressure, such as community expansion, like you can see in this photo, brings new roads and large swaths of forest are removed or burned for agriculture, such as the rice plantations in an area that would have once been so important for bears. Consequently, female bears are unable to maintain their body fat, making them more vulnerable to disease and human disturbances. Body fat is also essential for lactation and the subsequent survival of their cubs. Without milk, cubs like this get dehydrated, and females will do everything they possibly can to keep them alive, but they eventually succumb to starvation. Large carnivores once roamed across 90% of the terrestrial globe, but today, these intact large carnivores cover a mere 36% of the same area. The conservation of large carnivores is one of the greatest and defining challenges of our time, and bears in particular are important because of the roles they play as umbrella species. They require large amounts of habitat, so if we protect them, we also protect so many other endangered species. Spectacled bears are known for the facial markings around their eyes that you can see look like they're wearing eyeglasses, but they're also known as Andean bears. These markings are also make them very easily identifiable, unlike all the other bear species. Today, Andean bears occupy a wide range of habitat in the Andean regions, from Venezuela to Bolivia, including dry forests, high altitude cloud forests, and páramos, which are grassy environments with small pockets of forest above the tree line. This species occupies a range that covers only 3% of South America, but it coincides with the habitat of at least 76% of South American species. While Andean bears are known to be adaptable and occupy a variety of habitat and altitude throughout their range, the historic Andean bear range has declined dramatically in recent years due to the accelerated pace and expansion of human-dominated landscapes from commercial and subsistence agriculture, such as this in the photo. You can see in the background, it's basically all agriculture, as well as hunting and illegal bear trade for medicinal purposes. Since the pandemic from COVID-19 began, we have become particularly concerned because the Chinese government has been promoting the use of bear bile as part of a cure to COVID-19. Bear bile is a substance secreted by the liver and stored in a bear's gallbladder. Traditional medicine in Peru is still used by so many people from rural areas, and given the widespread impact of coronavirus in Peru now, and the recommendation by the Chinese government to use bear bile, we fear this may trigger an increase in poaching of an already vulnerable population, something that's very new to us. We work in a watershed in northern Peru that encompasses 3 distinct ecosystems with a large elevation gradient between 800 and 12,000 feet. The equatorial dry forest is close to sea level and goes to approximately 3,000 feet. It is very arid and relatively open, making it much easier to spot bears than in other ecosystems. Precipitation, however, is low, and we can go years with seeing very little rain, making it very challenging for both people and also for the wildlife in the area. During the winter months, these bears have very little food to feed on, so they spend much of the winter feeding on this pasayo tree. And well, you can imagine it's not normal for a bear to eat a tree like a beaver. It actually eats the entire tree, the outside and the inside. And it can take up to a couple of weeks actually to finish the entire tree. The cloud forest is as it sounds, cloudy, wet, dense, and the vegetation, full of vegetation and often very steep, making it challenging for us to see bears and also to move throughout this area. Could you imagine bushwhacking through this? It's pretty hard. And most of the time we can't even see our feet or each other. The high alpine grassland, or Paramo, is at the top of the mountain and watershed and plays an incredibly important role in the protection of water for all the villages and communities below. It's full of lagoons and marshlands that keep the water safe for the drought that comes each year. Bears use this habitat seasonally, and they share this habitat with the critically endangered mountain tapir, which can be seen here in this photo. There are only a few hundred left in Peru, and they play a critical role in seed dispersion. They also have incredibly cute little babies. We combined community empowerment, habitat protection, and research together to protect bears across 3 distinct ecosystems. Our research focuses on locating unknown bear populations and identifying the critical resources they need to survive, such as food and denning locations. We also use GPS collars to monitor the bears, check on their health, and ensure that they're doing okay, and also to see the type of habitat they're using. Bears require such large, continuous, and intact habitat to successfully feed, breed, and maintain a healthy population, which is a challenge to find in Peru with such a dense population. We have installed hundreds and hundreds of camera traps over the years to determine where the bears are, but we also use cameras and field observations to monitor known populations and ensure they are healthy. And lastly, to determine their major threats so that we can direct our conservation programs to specific populations and local communities. So with Peru on lockdown due to COVID-19, I can only imagine what these bears are doing right now. Enjoying the peace and quiet without people or dogs around, floating in their little water holes. And while our biggest concern with not being able to go into our field site to check the cameras due to the recent restrictions is that I'm afraid this is more likely what is happening with the bears. They're probably enjoying the game of tearing down our cameras and wondering why we have not returned to put them back up again. But this is also a very important conservation tool during this time because of COVID-19, and we are so happy that we can continue to monitor these bears remotely during this lockdown. Wildlife and people must coexist, but sometimes their needs don't align. Given the rapid increase in human use in all bear habitat, conflict between spectacled bears and people is increasing, primarily through the negative impacts of agriculture activity and intentionally set wildfires remaining bear habitat. Implementing our community programs build trust between communities and SBC, which strengthens conservation work and changes behavior to reduce habitat loss from agriculture, poaching, and out-of-control wildfires. In the last year, we have reached thousands of school children in the La Leche watershed and in more than 10 villages that live adjacent to prime bear habitat. But we found that providing an alternative livelihood is particularly important for the creation of private protected areas. Our most important alternative livelihood program is our felted program, which involves the protection of small, handcrafted woolen animals using a method called dry needle felting. So it's basically a needle and some wool. The program is a vital component of our work and results in the creation of protected areas as community lands like this you can see in the background photo. We involve communities in this program who in turn commit their land to private protected areas and work collaboratively with SBC to help keep both bears and people healthy while living in harmony together. Felty also provides a direct economic benefit. Our Felty artisans are for rural Indigenous communities and they become empowered and earn a fair wage. Many participants are earning an income for the first time in their lives. And since beginning this program in 2009, our Felty team has grown substantially. And each year we train new women from key villages surrounding prime bear habitat to become part of this program. In 2019, we made over 12,000 felted animals that were sold across North America. There have been very noticeable changes over time. You can see the photo on the left-hand side is one of the original spectacled bears that looks part bear, part something else, maybe raccoon. And on the right side, you can see the new product that's been coming out the last few years, and the quality is just spectacular. Over the Christmas holiday, we increased our sales substantially by over 50%, which increases our need to train and hire more women into the program. And while we don't know now with the response to COVID-19 what that will look like for us, we do hope that we will continue to sell and increase the number of products that are purchased each year. Our current strategy is to continue to increase the number of products sold so that we can continue to involve more communities, continuing to scale up the program and directly protect more bear habitat. More Felties means more bears protected. And while the women are on hold for this month due to COVID-19, we continue to provide them with a salary as we are very concerned for the women and the negative effect this pandemic will have on them and their families. Habitat protection is key to the conservation of bears, and we do this by working with locals to create private protected areas, expanding national parks, and also, which is new to us in the last few years, purchasing key parcels of privately owned land that is critical to the survival of spectacled bear populations. In our strategic plan, we set out to work in the dry forest and montane forest in the Lambayeque region in northern Peru, but our long-term vision is to continue expanding our programs northward to the border of Ecuador. In 2019 and in 2020, we are focusing much of our efforts on the dry forest and specifically on the protection of the sapote fruit, which is located at the valley bottoms. The sapote fruit is an incredible fruit for bears, and it provides a high amount of fats and sugars and carbohydrates, like you can see here in this photo. It's very similar to an avocado in texture, obviously not color, but I think it also provides them with the fat that they need to keep them going through the winter months. Unfortunately, very little sapote habitat remains, and it is being removed for agriculture or cattle ranching. For this local dry forest bear population, this is one of the few remaining sapote groves. You can see the bear habitat in the background and the sapotes burning on fire here. This does not look much like prime bear habitat. There's just miles and miles and miles of burned sapote. You can see here, we're hoping that some of these plants will survive, but the fruit for this season were burned, and you can see them on the ground there. And while the sapote continues to burn, bears like this are just around the corner waiting to come down and feed on the sapote fruit. This is Marco the bear. He's one of the dominant males in this bear population. So this is what many female bears look like before, while they have cubs before the sapote season, and then what they look like a few months later. The photo on the right is actually a bear wearing a collar that we placed on her so that we could monitor her and ensure that her health and that she continued to gain weight. This year, we are working to connect bears through protected areas and the purchase of private land. The green is protected through private reserves and national parks, and the blue is habitat that is quickly vanishing as humans continue to expand into these areas. Our goal is to protect as much of the blue and to ensure these populations are not small island populations isolated from each other. So while our plan is to focus on this blue area in the next year or two, we hope in the next 5 years we will continue to expand northward, protecting and linking key bear habitats. Unfortunately, this is what the area looks like around key and bear habitat. The square boxes are mining tenures, and the rest is just human landscape, human impact. So there's very little remaining habitat for bears. In 2020, we are focusing on these two areas seen in this photo, the two circles. And we hope by 2021, these areas will be safe for bears to roam freely. We are currently working on a land campaign to strategically purchase private land in this area. The green line represents the sapote grove, so all bears living within the red border must come down to feed on sapote in order to survive, and only in this small area. Thanks to the support of many caring people, we have begun the process of purchasing parcels of this key sapote habitat this year. This will ensure that female bears like this can become fat enough to reproduce and successfully add new bears into this population, so that cute and adorable bears like this can continue to persist into the future. This cub is probably about four months old and not very comfortable around water, especially in this type of dry, arid ecosystem. We believe that by identifying and linking critical habitat and engaging the locals to protect this habitat, we can prevent population decline and ultimately the extinction of wild spectacle bears. However, we cannot do this alone, and we need your support so that we can scale up our artisan Felty program into new rural villages, purchase privately owned habitat, and purchase hundreds of more cameras to locate new bear populations before they are gone. By supporting our project, you will help ensure the survival of the only bear species in South America. So thank you for joining me, and please keep yourself safe and healthy. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much, Robin, for this great insight and the important work that you all do. And thanks for being able to join me on stage and taking the time to be with us today. So during the presentation, we received a number of questions from the audience, and I'm gonna take a couple from there. I'm gonna probably merge the first two that came from Karen Conger and Lydia Bay, but their questions were about, since these bears are so elusive, how do you estimate the population? And then Lydia kind of asked us a subsequent question of whether Andean bears should be reclassified into a different category.
Okay, thanks, DJ. Good question about the estimation. It's actually a very challenging thing to do. So we've been lucky that we've had cameras out for over 10 years now. And so by doing that, we've been able to actually, in our area, identify all of the bears within that population. And so we used some models to actually calculate and predict what what the density would be, which we can then extrapolate it across a larger area. So we can calculate across a bigger area what that population would look like. So we have a pretty good idea, at least in our area, what the number, how many bears are there. And then the other question was related to, should it
Reclassification,
Right.
whether they should be classified as something else in terms of being endangered or not.
Right. Well, we work together with the other projects around South America, and I think we have a pretty good idea with extrapolating those data about the number of bears within South America. Our focus is really right now on the dry forest, and this is a very distinct population in a very unusual environment, and so we do refer to this population as being endangered. But as a whole, I think there are still bears in Venezuela, Ecuador, and through South America. So I think the classification is good as it is right now.
Right. Next, I'm going to put a couple questions about food and nutrition, and the first one actually comes from Reson, who I guess is still up in Kenya, so that's great to see. I know it's getting late out there, but Reson wanted to know, she'd never heard of sapote, so where can these trees be grown? And then I think a related question would be from Catherine Visas as to whether the bears actually get nutritional values or nutritional calories from the trees.
Okay, great. Yeah, sapote is an absolutely incredible fruit. It's similar to an avocado, and we did a nutritional analysis on it, and it's high in carbohydrates, high in fat, so it has a lot of calories. And we see a huge difference in body condition before and after the sapote season. So the bears rely on this heavily. Without it, actually, this population wouldn't survive. And the best thing about sapote is while they become quite large trees, they grow really quickly because they are well adapted to this dry environment. So if we planted a sapote and gave it a little bit of water, within a couple of years, we could have an entire ecosystem of healthy sapote providing lots of food for bears. So that's a great positive. Great.
And Linda Mercurio wanted to know if you could set up supplemental feeding areas like Grevy's Zebra Trust occasionally does in really severe drought in Kenya. Could you provide any supplemental feeding areas for the bears during tough times?
That's really tough, especially when you to provide food for them. One of the biggest challenges we actually have is water as well. So in our field site, we only have 5 water holes. So something that we've actually looked at is trying to maintain water during large droughts. So keeping water available, especially for females that are lactating and for cubs. In terms of sapote, that's challenging, and bears use a huge area, and so we can't have them all come together. They're solitary, and so it would be very difficult for us to provide food for them at this time. I think our focus is really on water.
Okay. Maybe related to this and kind of the extension of it, Deb and Skip Elliott understood that you're purchasing land that will serve as additional habitats and corridors. So what is the availability of this land? How expensive is it? Can you talk a little bit about this program in more depth?
Sure. Yeah, we work in two areas. One of them, a lot of the land in northern Peru is actually owned by communities. And so we work collaboratively with these communities. And so our plan is not to purchase any communal land. It's actually to work with those communities to create these private protected areas. But between these areas of community land, there's actually private land. And a lot of this is owned by people who aren't local. They're from Lima or other departments. They're not large parcels of land, but they're key to keeping these isolated populations connected. And so what we're looking at is protecting small pieces that are anywhere from 5 hectares up to maybe a few hundred hectares. And it just depends on what we're looking at. So we're trying to keep the sapote available to bears, keep the populations linked, and then have access to water. So we may even just buy a small piece of property that has water availability for bears.
So a follow-up question on that. Sue Delanius wanted to know who owns the land that the farmers keep on burning. And I think a related question from Catherine was about whether governments helped at all with bear conservation in this part of South America, whether at the national level or the local level. So could you maybe address kind of the land tenure options as well as the question of what governments are doing for conservation of these bears?
Yeah, so with the wildfires, we've had a lot of different issues. A lot of it, like here, it starts on private land, and then people aren't sure exactly how to control fire, and that's part of something we've incorporated into our education programs. And so people understand how they can contain it, how they can prevent it from escaping their own piece of land. And so in the video that I showed earlier here, what you're seeing is a fire that escaped somebody's private land and went into some pretty prime bear habitat. And so those are the areas that we're focusing and trying to keep protected from fire as well. In terms of the government, we work closely with the government, but the thing with Peru, there isn't a lot of funding available. And so while they can support us with legislation and laws, we don't get a lot of funding and we don't get a lot of action on the ground, but they do help us with permits and working through a lot of the challenges that we're faced.
Thank you. Another question coming from Charles Emagor, who I believe is in Nigeria, so he's also staying up late, and it's great to see that level of engagement throughout the world. He wanted to know about the community empowerment program. Do the monies that come from the felties, do they go directly to those individuals who make them, or do they go to the communities overall? And how do you recruit the people who make the felties? And maybe you can talk into a little bit more depth about that, how that program is structured.
Sure. So we're working actually now with Indigenous communities in the upper regions of our watershed. And what we've done so far, I don't know if this will always be possible, but we're working in small communities, and we're able to hire all of the women available. And so what we do is they're paid per item. That money goes to them and they can use it how they wish. And we work with the men in different measures, but the programs are running directly from the community themselves.
Great. Thank you very much, Robin, for that. I think maybe another question that I see coming up, and we've got a few more minutes, so I'll put that one to you. Maybe back more on the bears. How do these bears behave? Are they aggressive? Are they similar to grizzly bears? Are they more like black bears? So I know that you've worked with a lot of different kinds of bears, and I think you're in a great position to tell us a little bit about, how are these bears different from one another?
Well, I mean, you saw some of those videos. I mean, I think they speak for themselves. I mean, they're the most adorable, amazing bear. I'm sure not everyone will agree with me on this planet, but they really are. They're so charismatic. And while I love grizzly bears and polar bears, and the difference I've seen between them is that spectacled bears are actually very charismatic, and like our dogs and pets, they each have their own individual personalities, and they show it. So they don't hibernate like a bear does here. And so they have time where they don't have to feed. And during that time, they actually play. I mean, we've spent thousands of hours with them, and they'll be playing with sticks, and they'll throw them on the ground, and they play with their cubs. And I mean, they really are the most amazing bear on this planet. But I think just watching some of the videos and seeing them in the water holes, and even the males on their back, and just they seem like they're so relaxed and just really enjoying
Great,
life.
thank you. I want to go back a little bit just to clarify something, Robin. With reference to the nutritional aspects of the bear's consumption of the sapote, can you maybe clarify the difference between what they get from eating the sapote fruit versus eating other parts of a tree?
Mm-hmm. Well, so the feeding ecology in this particular bear species in Andean bear in the dry forest is that it really only has 2 to 3 foods in an entire year, just like a panda or a polar bear. And so it spends about 4 months of the year feeding on that sapote, which I mentioned makes them incredibly not fat. I wouldn't say fat, but they definitely put on a lot of weight. And so it's really important to them to have that plant, because while they're not feeding on the sapote for the rest of the year, they're eating that pasayo tree. And while it does give them some calorie intake, it doesn't give them a lot, and they start to lose weight, and they don't have access to other foods. So really, without the sapote, there would be no bear population in this area. Great.
Well, I think, Robin, that about takes us to the end of this session and getting really close to the end of Expo. So I want to thank you for joining us today. It's been incredible to have you on stage with us. If you want to learn more about the work of Spectacled Bear Conservation, you can go on their website, follow them on Facebook. I encourage you to be in touch with Robin and her team. I'm sure that they would love to see you next time they're in town. But I again want to thank you, Robin, and your whole entire team for doing the great work that you guys are doing. And I hope that I will see you soon in person. And I think next we're going to have Charlie joining us back to wrap things up in a few minutes. But goodbye, Robin. We'll see you soon, hopefully.
Bye, GJ. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
So I think Charlie is going to be joining us back on stage. We are so thankful that everybody's been able to stay with us for the whole day. I want to thank everybody at WCN who made this event possible. I've been trying to look at all the different feeds that we've been receiving throughout the day on the chat. I've had some text messages, emails, and the community really seems to have come together. And this is what we were trying to do. We were trying to create a day where we could connect and share our passion for wildlife. I think it's really important in this time. And of course, yeah, we are all impacted by COVID-19 and talking about different parts of that, but many other parts of life go on. And so I think it was really wonderful to have the opportunity to hear from the conservationists all over the world, to share their stories of what's happening in the field with COVID-19 and outside of COVID-19. And we saw many people who were able to join us who otherwise would not have been able to join us. And I want to give a huge thank and a virtual round of applause to the WCN staff who made this happen. This event would not have happened without them. Charlie and I have had very little to do with it, even though we've ended up being on the main stage a lot. We are just the ambassadors for a wonderful team, and it's really incredible what they've all done. The platform actually is going to be open for another 2 hours, so feel free to continue to explore the booth if you haven't had time to go and do that. You can sign up for a different organization's mailing list. I encourage you to sign up for all of them, actually. We would love to keep you informed and about future ways of being engaged. The videos that you've seen, all the videos from the main stage, are actually going to be up, I think, just about now. You can access them on our website at wildnet.org/talks. And then the videos from the sessions will probably be up sometime later this week. We just have to do a little bit more editing on them, but they'll also be up. So if you haven't been able to join in a particular session, you can still go and listen in to what happened there. I really encourage you to get involved. Despite the surreal times, this is a moment for all of us to pull together. It's really important that we keep hope. There's plenty of hope out there, and that hope is in the form of all the wonderful men and women who are on the front stage of all this and carrying on the work at all different levels. That hope comes in from all of you who have joined in from all over the world and who stayed up super late or who spent the whole day with us. And I want to thank you. We did a little poll, and I know that several of you were watching this. I think about 20% of people were watching this with a pet. So I've also been joined, though she's asleep now. But Nova, do you want to get up? She's totally asleep, so she's been asleep. But we have another pet. Nova's a dog. We've also been joined by our cat, Mishi, who's here. Mishi means little cat in Guarani. And so I know many of you really rely on all your furry friends. So thank them, and thank you for all the things that you do. Keep hope. People and wildlife are really resilient. And so we'll keep seeing each other again in person and in new virtual expos, because we'll probably be doing more of these. So I'll turn it over now to have some wisdom from Charlie, who was a wonderful inspiration to get WCN started with our co-founders, Akiko Yamazaki and John Lucas. Thank you for putting this on. I think it was deeply appreciated. I'm turning it over to you, Charlie.
Great. Well, thank you, JJ. And the very first thing I want to do is give a big shout out to JJ. Your leadership through this whole process and your leadership today was just flawless. I've seen it in the chat, people raving about what a great job you're doing. It wasn't a surprise to me, but it's very, very much appreciated. And it was a wonderful job by you and the entire team. And I do want to just, we're going to be sending a survey to all of you, and we would love your feedback. Like I said at the very beginning, we'd like to make this a standard thing. We do twice a year in addition to 2 in-person expos. So we want to get it right. And so we'd love your feedback. We saw a lot of creative ideas. People have been messaging about, putting titles for people and music on the intro. So let us have it. You're not going to hurt our feelings. Big shout out to all the presenters, the WCN partners, as well as our guest panelists who are just terrific. And to all of you, I'm looking up 730 of you have made it 5.5 hours. That's extraordinary. And so you are all part of the network. You are all part of the solution, and we're deeply thankful. None of this would be possible without you. So those are the final words. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you again in person or virtually. Thank you.